Well, hello there, and welcome to the stream. This is a bit of a different one for this channel. Obviously, I usually have my Friday show, which is still going ahead in a few days' time. But I decided to do a little bit of a bonus stream with two individuals who are very much enthusiastic about the Resident Evil series, almost as enthusiastic as myself, if not possibly a little bit more. Yeah, we're going to spend some time talking about the Resident Evil franchise in all its many forms, whether glorious or infamous entries into the franchise itself. And to do that, I'm going to need two very special guests. Firstly, I'd like to introduce you to Reaver of Jill Sandwiches, possibly one of the best YouTube names I've ever come across in my time on YouTube. So welcome, Reaver. It's good to have you here.
Hello, it's good to be here, and thank you.
Fantastic. And also, we do have the games librarian. He has been toiling in the background and working on his own channel, his own videos, where he's doing a lot of Let's Plays and videos of that irk. Most recently, Resident Evil Deadly Silence, which I believe was a DS one. But welcome, Games Librarian. How you doing?
It's a pleasure, and I'm good.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, if there's any issues with sound or anything, this is a completely new stream that I put together. So if there are any issues with sound, anyone in the chat, just let us know. Yeah, here we are talking about Resident Evil as a franchise in general. We can cover the movies. We've had many a conversation in the background before. Yeah, I suppose I'll start with you, Reaver, and just tell me a little bit about your background with Resident Evil, how you got into it, and all of that.
Right. So I'm an old man, so I started with Resident Evil 3 original back in 2000. I remember my brother took me to I'm visually impaired, so driving a problem for me. So my brother took me to a local Best Buy, and I was going to get Resident Evil 2 actually, because that's the one I was hearing about, and I thought, okay, Resident Evil 2, cool. Knew nothing about the series, just it was a popular PlayStation game. And as we were there, my brother sees, oh, well, here's the new one, Resident Evil 3. Why not get this instead? And I was like, you know what? Why not? And loved it. It is my second favorite game of all time. So I started with that. And then later on that year, that was March 2000, June, I decided to go ahead and get Resident Evil 1 because I wanted more of Jill. And so I played that. And then later on that year, because I'd held off on 2 because, well, Jill's not in it, so why do I want to play it? But finally, I towards the end of that year, I decided, all right, you know what? I'm sure it's a good game. Let's just play it. And then, of course, fell in love with Claire as well. So,
Naturally.
and Leon School. So those are my early days of getting into the series.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, the OG Resident Evils are probably considered still the best, despite all the modern gumph that you can do with
We're not going to talk
computer
about
games now.
Survivor, though.
No. Like I said, we'll talk about it, but there are some infamous
Right.
incarnations of
But that ended
Resident
up being
Evil
my
3.
fourth Resident Evil game. Wow.
Really? Well, thank God it
Yeah.
wasn't your final one.
True.
How about you, Games Librarian? Where did it all start for you in terms of Resident Evil?
Started with Resident Evil 2 because my friend over the road lent me the Scenario A disc. So I went through, played it, beat the game, and then they said you need the second scenario to play the rest of the game. So I swapped the disc back, and there was a Scenario A and B on that game as well. So we ended up swapping the disc several times just so I could play the full game. Resident Evil 2, though, it was mint back in the day. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I sort of got obsessively into playing it. So I eventually got so good I could run through a campaign in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Wow.
Nice.
That were back in the day, though. And then I went back and tried the others. I got 1, then I found the director's cut version of 1 that came with the Resident Evil 2 demo. So I had a look at that demo to see what was different, and there are a few differences in the demo from the main game. And then when 3 came out, I brought that straight away. I played Survivor at a friend's house. We'd like beat it in an hour because it was totally easy. And
I mean, it's
I
not as if
also
you could save, is it?
Right, right.
and I also played the infamous one, Gaiden.
Ooh, ooh, another one that shall not be
Yeah,
named.
I saw like I was looking for a game to buy. It said Resident Evil Game Boy. Oh, I'll buy that. So I went on the brand name alone, and through all the consoles, I always like had a look to the Resident Evil franchise. I've even got a Resident Evil 4 Special Edition GameCubes.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Very
pretty
nice.
sweet. Keep that nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
And that's a good thing about a lot of Resident Evil stuff. It retains its value. In fact, it increases in value quite a lot over time. I've certainly noticed that with some of my collection of Resident Evil games. Yeah, well, I mean that's early days sort of game releases in terms of Resident Evil. I to be honest with you, I've pretty much had similar experiences to you guys in terms of the earlier games. I've got a lot of love for the originals. There was something very different, certainly for the PS1 era. I was a console gamer back then, obviously
Yeah.
predominantly console. So I played all my Resident Evils on the
I wasn't
PlayStation.
I wasn't used to the control scheme, so the first time I booted up 3, I died to the first zombie because I had no idea what to do.
Yeah,
it's happened to us all at some point.
yeah, tank controls were for a different generation. I quite like hearing a lot of the stories about the tank controls from
Yeah.
people who have been playing it, playing the older games. Certainly, we mentioned earlier that they're all on GOG, good old
Yeah.
games, and they're slowly re-releasing the 3 original titles. And there's a lot of people saying, I can't get my head around these tank controls. You know, I'm pushing forward, but the character's coming towards the screen. I don't want them to do that. What's going on? And it's sort of, I think it did lead to Resident Evil 2 remake having a little bit of a change of presentation and a change of perspective. However, I think I still to this day think that was not a great call, because
Yeah.
I really wanted to see the still backgrounds of Resident Evil, the classic backgrounds, you know, as you would
True.
probably prefer to see. However,
And
it didn't go that way.
yeah. And how did you get into Resident Evil?
But it wasn't too dissimilar to the game's Librarian, really. I had a friend who had Resident Evil. He said, "Have you heard of this game? Resident Evil 2, that was." And he says, "Have you heard of this game, Resident Evil?" And I said, "No. What's that all about?" And he showed me on his PlayStation. We both had PlayStations at that time, and the minute I saw the game, I was just hooked. I loved how awesome everything was presented on screen. The graphics were superb for the time. You look at them now, and it's just heavy pixelation. But for the PlayStation 1, the way that they did the static backgrounds and saved on a lot of graphical usage, I thought was ingenious, and the game looked
Yeah.
so polished and so great. And I immediately went back home to my parents. I think I was 15 at the time. Yeah, time certainly flies. But
Yeah.
I was I went back to my parents. I said, "Look, you know, this game, it was coming up to sort of Christmas time. I said, if you're going to get me anything for Christmas, please, I want this game." And then I got Resident Evil 2, and that was my first sort of dive into Resident Evil. And as Games Librarian has already pointed out, there were so many different scenarios that you could play. It seemed that this game was essentially endless. And then you'd get the gaming magazines that were out back in the day, and they'd reveal that there were these 2 extra scenarios that you could play, where you played this character where you had to escape and get from the end of the game to the beginning of the game for extraction. And I thought, that's brilliant. And then it was a real surreal moment when I was reading that you could play as a giant piece of tofu with a knife and a Jill beret, which I thought was
Nice.
it was an interesting approach. But yeah, Resident Evil 2 was just so vast, and there was hours and hours and hours of gameplay there. I then, having played that, went back to Resident Evil, the original, and the contrast between those 2 games was just so stark.
Oh yeah, I went from 3 to 1, and I could tell the difference.
Yeah, one has secured itself in many record books, in many ways, but I look back on it with a very different opinion on the game than I did when I first played it, because when I first played it, I was underwhelmed. I was quite disappointed. But then Resident Evil Nemesis came out, and I must have been around 16 when Resident Evil 2. I can't remember quite, the dates don't align for me very well. But Resident Evil 3 came out. I heard that it was out, and I went to Games Librarian will know this. I went to a place called Dixon's. If you remember Dixon's, yes.
We had one, but I used to get all my games from the Electronics Boutique.
Yeah, well, yeah. We all had our local places to go and get games, and this thing was full price. Obviously, it was 44 quid, 44.99, and it was brand new on the shelf. And I used my first ever paycheck to buy Resident Evil 3. I took it home, I stuck it on, and I instantly loved it. I thought it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, up until Nemesis starts chasing you. And then it became a very different game to Resident Evil 2, and you were suddenly being chased through the game, through doors, which never happened before in Resident Evil, and it changed the whole dynamic of what you were playing. It became much more about survival and evasion. But at that point, I don't know about you guys, but I felt real ambivalence, because I didn't like the heavy pursuit of Nemesis, but the point where you meet him is when you enter the RPD, and that's it. I was just hooked. Nemesis became a thing in the back of my head. Oh, absolutely. And you find out how he ties into the first, how what happens ties into the first game, and yeah. The whole PlayStation trilogy, because it is only a trilogy, I think we'll all agree on that one. Survivor was, well. So yeah, it's a trilogy. That original trilogy, I believe Capcom actually have a gold mine sitting right there with that original trilogy. They could do so many things with it.
Well, imagine if they had taken the fan-made classic Rebirth and the remastered mods and paid them a little something for it, and then just use that on these re-releases. That way we'd have nice remastered looking versions of these games. That would be awesome.
In true HD as well. Hell, I wouldn't mind if they went through and digitally rebuilt all of the backgrounds, pixel by pixel, to really sharpen them. Not change them, but just add a little bit more depth to them. Don't change the design, just redraw them. And fix up the characters to really bring it out. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for keeping the originals as they are, but if you're going to present something like a remastered trilogy, give it a little bit of love. Do what you did with Tomb Raider,
Yeah, that turned out really well.
I was really genuinely impressed with that entire presentation in terms of a trilogy. It was fantastic, and I want the same for the Resident Evil OG trilogy, because it's one of those things that is very it means a lot to me, the Resident Evil series, almost as much as Star Trek. They're very different sort of IPs, but those two IPs are where my passions lie. So yeah, that's how I started with Resident Evil. That's pretty much my the beginnings of my love for this franchise.
Right. I do have a couple thoughts that I was kind of chewing on there. One, I mentioned that I died of the first zombie in 3. One of the things I was never used to was you had to ready your weapon before you could shoot it. I was used to games where you just had a fire button. So I was sitting there thinking, okay, wait, what button fires? What do I do here?
Yeah, again, with control of the character, there's a next level to it. And the inventory system as well, I thought was superb. It was so different than other games.
Well, it's interesting since I started with 3, so I had the ammo crafting, which obviously wasn't in the 2 previous games.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out what to make with those.
What do you guys think of ammo crafting in general in Resident Evil? Do you think it's something that doesn't really fit, doesn't really belong, or do you think it's a good addition?
I thought it was a good addition in the original 3 because Jill knew what was coming, so she prepared herself and she probably thought, I'm going to run short on ammo, so I'm going to take this crafting tool with me to make some extra bullets. And it does reward you because the more you create ammo, you can start creating bigger amounts and eventually you can create special ammo for your weapons, which is a pretty good mechanic.
It's a good diversity of ammo choices as well, depending on how you mix them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because you can kind of like the game's librarian was saying, you can mix a couple of gunpowders and make more handgun bullets early, or you can do one at a time, which gets you closer to getting special handgun bullets, which I don't know if they're quite as powerful as a shotgun, but they're pretty powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. They again with Resident Evil, I just love the steady progression in power of these weapons. And one of the great joys I found playing these games was finding that weaponry, finding the shotgun. The bit that always stuck out for me, and it's the reason why this particular item is my favorite item, that would be the club key from Resident Evil 2, because the club key gave you access to the Magnum, which was an absolutely insanely powerful weapon, especially when you got the kit to turn it into the Super Magnum. And what amused me so much about that is the fact that when it becomes what is essentially kids nowadays called OP, overpowered, it's it was so powerful it knocked your character backwards.
Yeah.
And you could actually, if you had infinite ammo, you could move through the game backwards from it just blowing you back, which I found really, really amusing. And again, that being my favorite weapon, my favorite key, I absolutely loved that part of Resident Evil.
Yeah,
always
when the
make
Magnum
sure to use all your bullets before upgrading because you get a free reload.
Yeah, that's a tactic I use. In fact, the amount of times I've accidentally reloaded and gone, oh crap, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, when I first saw the Magnum, I'm not even sure if I used it in 3 because my thought process was, oh, it's just a handgun. Well, I don't want to take on Nemesis with that. So I had no idea for the longest time that, oh no, the Magnum is actually really good. You want to use that.
Yeah, and sorry, mate, go ahead.
I was gonna say the nice thing about 3 though, it moves the items about between each playthrough as well, so it's not always the same.
Yeah, it's the first sort of randomizer that you've got in some respects, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, which was nice, giving you different options and, added something that a lot of games now don't have, which is replayability.
Yeah. I mean, how often would you say that it is that, outside of your channels, outside of YouTube, how often would you say you go back and replay these titles?
I'd say about once a year now. And I've got options to what to play it on, so I can set up the old GameCube and play them versions if I want to. I
How
can
about
play
you,
it on my
Reaver?
laptop now.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's hard to say because I just don't have the time anymore. I would like to go back and play these more than I do, but I end up, just because of my channel, I end up playing at least one or two Resident Evils per year. Although this year I've kind of gone back and played a few, uh, but in general, yeah, I don't know. It's just hard to find the time sometimes for a lot of things. But I got options too because I've got them on emulator. I've now got the originals on GOG whenever 2 and 3 release.
Yeah.
I've got my PlayStation copies. So yeah, I got options.
It's 27th for 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's the I've got one on this laptop I'm streaming on. I've got one. I'm just waiting for 2 and 3. Now you see, I'm gonna seem like the real sado here because I replay these titles at least once a month
Nice.
because
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh no, absolutely. But I've got the ones I predominantly play. Is any time that I go away on holiday or anything like that, I'll take my PS Vita because the Vita can run the digital files that I brought them off the PlayStation Store as PS1 titles, so I've got them forever on there, and that brings me so much joy because it's this great little handheld. You can take it anywhere, and you can pause your game, and it'll save the battery life. You pick it up whenever you want. It's a great little system to play these classic titles on.
Nice.
Yeah. Poor Vita though, it was so abandoned by Sony.
It really was. I've never seen a company do that to that extent. Suddenly, a console is the real black sheep, and they just abandon it and abandon all support for it and all third-party support, and yeah, it just becomes this.
It ended in a death spiral for the poor thing.
It did, but I still use mine so regularly. I absolutely love my Vita. Plus, it's like I say, it's great for running all those PlayStation classics that you get on the. You still have to get them from the PlayStation 3 network, but that's still going. Thankfully, that was saved from the rubbish heap because Sony just seems to abandon things like that, and it strikes me as very odd because when Sony, I think when Sony started doing the PlayStation Network, the PlayStation Online, buying digital titles, they really didn't think through that people are going to own these for life.
Right.
They have to essentially keep hold of your games and allow you access to them indefinitely because you've bought them. It's not like you're renting them. You've bought and paid for this digital software. And I really don't think they thought it through in the early days that people are going to want to draw their games back to them.
And it's a shame they didn't just port that stuff over to the PS4 and PS5 because I noticed they had the Fatal Frame or Project Zero, where you guys are, titles on the PS3 store. And
yes.
You would think having games like that, the original Resident Evils, the original Tomb Raiders, I don't know if the original Silent Hills were on there, but if they were, you could include that. All these classic games, that would be nice for people to have options to play.
I think the market is there. People genuinely want access to these games, and the proof was in the pudding because with the PlayStation 5 on the PlayStation Plus network, you have the Resident Evil Director's Cut, and that is on there. That is on there as a PS1 classic, and you can get it on your PS5. I've got it on my PlayStation 5, and you can play it, and it's got all the the pause options, the setting options, special settings options, and stuff like that. So why not do that with the other two games? And I love what Good Old Gaming is doing, but I'd like to see consoles be able to do that. I'd like to see the love for consoles because that's where these games started, essentially, for a lot of us. And I'd just like to see that happen for Resident Evil. Certainly the three original ones.
I'd like to see 1, 2, and 3 and Code Veronica just given a full Tomb Raider treatment, remaster. Don't really change anything, just remaster everything, make it look really nice, and just release it as a package.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That would be great to see.
Or they could do a modern controls option too. Tomb Raider did try to do that. It didn't work well, but they did try.
It was fairly sort of skittish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I tried it because I'd never played the Tomb Raider games before, so my thought was, oh, I know how this works. Yeah, I'm gonna do modern controls, and I tried. I'm like, oh, there are some key functions to this game that I'm sure you can do in this mode, but I don't know how to do it. So I was like, well, guess I'm going with the tank controls.
Yeah, the amount of times you're falling off cliffs and dying in different ways with those games.
You know what would be a big success for Capcom if they did bring it back? The Outbreak games.
Yeah, and
they're like
they continue to miss the point on that. Yeah, they continue to miss the point of those games because they think that they probably think that they're too outdated. The concept's too outdated and everything. It's like, but you're trying it with Resident Evil Resistance and what was the other one? Operation wasn't Operation Raccoon City.
Raccoon
the other
City.
One.
There was that one. There was
Umbrella Corps and
more.
Yeah, they've tried it with so many different of these free release titles that they've just failed. So I don't think they're going to go down the Outbreak route. But if they're not going to do the online capability for these games, I think they should at least try and make them a nice single player campaign that you can do offline, which we were able to do on the PS2 anyway. But I think that it'd be great to see them.
Yes.
I think people would play them if they were given the option to.
I'm 100% certain that they would. And
I just remember.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I remember being sad when I was seeing a playthrough of them because I never really got very far in those. No. Because I was seeing this, classic Resident Evil style game on the PlayStation 2, and I was thinking, oh, I really wish this is what 4 had been, or, I wish we'd got more Resident Evil like this, on the PS2 era. And, we obviously didn't get that. Code Veronica.
Well, for me, in terms of the Outbreak games, it was the loading times. They were ridiculous. You go through a door, and all you'd hear is a heartbeat for what seemed like 5 minutes, and then the door would go open, and that can pull you out of a game.
Yeah.
The break
I'm sure they could fix those problems nowadays.
Oh, absolutely. But it makes you wonder because just how much of that was the game waiting for some sort of network connection that simply wasn't there. It was trying to build all of that code around a network connection that wasn't there. If they took those features away, it absolutely it was. But if you took all of those elements away, I'm sure you'd get from one room to the other very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure if they kept the online option for those games and just put them out now with a remaster, I'm sure there are people that would play them.
No, 100%.
I'd buy it.
I think
take my money.
I was going to say, I think with a lot of people, it will be a case of shut up and take my money, because what Capcom, I think they do understand it, and I think they do what they can, but I think they still need to do a little bit better with this sort of stuff. They need to remember what their core fan base is. It's great bringing new people in and making the games more accessible to other people, but they have to keep in mind there's a lot of fans our ages that have grew up playing these games. They shaped and molded our gaming experience, and they left a lot to they left a lot to sort of build on. And where
it's
go ahead.
It's probably for a later later in the stream discussion when we talk about later games, but that kind of reminds me of what you're saying there of how like they've tried to create new characters and none of them have worked.
No.
I mean, I thought Sheva was okay, but they never brought her back, and then Like the people in 6, I never really took to. And then Ethan, I never liked. So it's like the new characters they've come up with have never worked. And I understand coming up with new characters, you need to appeal to a different, a new audience while, holding on to the classic fans, but you got to create good characters.
Yeah.
I want a Barry Burton game. Just nothing but Barry Burton.
We got Revelations 2. That's the best we got. And Gaiden.
Yeah. Yeah, Revelations 2 was something a little different. Like I say, we can cover the Revelations games as well. But I think you're right. Characters are important, and legacy characters are equally important, and that's why Resident Evil 9 has me somewhat concerned. But we can talk about that a little bit later on and what we think.
What blows my mind is you have characters like Ada, Leon, Claire, Jill, Chris, Barry. They became such legacy characters back in the original PS1 days with voice acting people like to make fun of, and sometimes rightfully so, sometimes not. And they didn't have everything that they have now with modern character design and good graphics and better voice acting, and they still were such cool characters that they just resonated with people.
No, yeah, absolutely. I can agree with that. The late Paul Haddad as Leon was just, it was brilliant. It was so well done as well. He was, and you could tell with him because he was bringing a lot of passion to what he was doing. It was coming through in his voice. He really was trying very hard, and it was great. Obviously, before he died, it was great that the Residents of Evil got an interview with him and managed to catch up with him. And there was a lot of I actually sent him a message over Facebook. I sent it to his official Facebook page. He never responded. But it was still nice to catch up with him after all these years.
He also made it into a game we've talked about, Daymare 1998.
Yes, and yeah, I wanted to cover Daymare just very briefly as well, because I have a bit of an affinity for Invader Studios. I follow them on Facebook. I comment a lot on their stuff that they do with Daymare. And if anybody who's watching this, I know this is a bit of a niche stream for my channel, so this isn't going to get as much interaction as the other streams. But if anybody's watching this, please check out Daymare and Invader Studios. They were the creators of the original Resident Evil 2 fan remake, and they were given a cease and desist, I believe, by Capcom. Don't quote me on this, but I believe this is what happened. This is what I read. They were given a cease and desist by Capcom because Capcom wanted to remake Resident Evil 2, and obviously, with conflicts and everything, they were told to stop. But Capcom invited them to come and consult on the game. Now, whether or not that was just a PR stunt, it doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is, they were kind about it. They gave the guys a little bit of input into the remake, which was really good. And they said, look, you can't make a Resident Evil game. So Invader Studios made Daymare from the same engine, and redressed it to be a different game. It gave me very sort of Devil May Cry vibes. With the history of Devil May Cry and where it started. So yeah, the Daymare games are absolutely brilliant for what you would call essentially indie titles. There's a lot of love gone in, and they're a great little studio, and yeah, I can't say enough good things about them.
It's also impressive that, unlike most studios, Nintendo for one, they actually basically told them, hey, just make your own game out of what you've got.
Yeah, they didn't come in and raid the office and take everything, confiscate it all. They left them with something to work with. And it certainly sounds from what we've seen, not probably a different story inside the company, but from what we've seen, it seemed very respectful of Capcom to do that, to say, look, yeah, we're gonna do this. You know, we'd like you to stop. Because when things like that when cease and desists occur, they can be quite hostile a lot of the time. And we had the same, just to briefly go over the Star Trek, we had the same thing with Star Trek and a lot of fan productions, certainly YouTube channels and fan films and stuff like that. And one in particular was Stage 9. Now, I use Stage 9 to do my stream intro for an evening in 10 Forward. And that was shut down. They said, no. They weren't making money from it. They was just shut down. They said, no, you've got to stop. But thankfully, I do have a copy of Stage 9, which is a superb experience. I love Stage 9. I might do a little thing for the channel. That's great. But yeah,
that's a really cool intro you got.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really that's really cool. I do like that intro. To be fair, it's not a bad one. But yes, back to Invader Studios. Definitely would recommend the Daymare games if you're looking for a good bit of honest fun and a Resident Evil-esque experience. Once again, much like the first Resident Evil, the first game's voice acting is a little bit sort of, you can tell it's done by people whose native language is not English. And it's written by the same people. But honestly, it kind of complements it in a way. And I think,
you can tell they were trying as far as they could.
Absolutely. And I think isn't there they did something with the game mechanic in terms of the inventory system, where you had to reload your magazines before you reloaded your gun. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes,
it was something like that.
Yeah, it was. I thought that was a superb little realistic mechanic that they put in, and it did add something to the game. But I was happy that they sort of leaned away from that for the second game.
Yeah. I could definitely see where that would create a lot of tension, because you want to reload, but you don't know if you can really afford to do that because, well, you got to make sure you've got full magazines first.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the while, monsters are after you.
Yeah. I mean, they sort of drunkenly stutter towards you, but again, it's the charm of the game. A lot of people will be quite dismissive of the first Daymare. Obviously, they won't be able to get past the voice acting and the dialogue and everything. But I think the biggest problem would be the fact that the monster movements they're not organic. They don't flow organically. But if you look at the difference between Daymare and Sandcastle, the second one, the graphical quality is just it's night and day.
Yeah, I'm going to play that at some point.
Yeah, Sandcastle's pretty good, and like I say, it looks it looks, aside from the transitions between cutscenes, which is a little murky, it certainly was on day one. Aside from that, it looks like a AAA title. It's brilliant.
The AAA studios aren't producing anything decent these days, anyway.
No, we all know why. We all know that there's certain companies out there that are playing fast and loose with their oars and sticking them where they don't really, where they're not welcome, which is a big problem. But I think for Resident Evil, it's not really like that because they're obviously a Japanese studio. I think it's starting to have a little bit of an effect now because they have obviously Western offices of those same companies, and then you start to get a little bit of a contrast in what's actually happening.
I noticed it when the game's Librarian was streaming over Discord, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I saw him play the end of the game, and I noticed how Leon kind of validates Ashley, and I'm kind of sitting here thinking, oh, we're doing this now, huh? Okay.
Things are creeping in slowly, but I think Resident Evil's holding out a lot better than other IPs, other franchises.
Yeah, we need to drive these out of video games because it's not wanted and it's gonna ruin every hobby.
I think generally, with regards to that particular crowd, that's what they want. What they hate is seeing people love things.
Yeah.
Because it's a narcissistic trait.
And this ties into video games, TV shows, movies, anything.
Even board games, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Warhammer. Look at Warhammer and what's happening with that. Look at anything Games Workshop. It's just saturating everywhere. But one thing that a lot of these companies have to remember is your core audience is what funds you. Your core audience is what continues to sustain you, and that's where you need to stay.
Yeah.
And a lot of games now are trying to cater to an audience that isn't there.
Yeah. It's like I always say with Star Trek, and I think I've said it on either the last stream I was on or maybe the first one. The fans that they're trying to cater to with the different things that they're doing now, trying to speak in code here. Those fans aren't going to buy the DVDs or Blu-rays. They're not going to buy ship models. They're not going to buy action figures. They're not going to buy posters. They're not going to go to conventions wanting to meet these actors. They're not going to do any of those things.
No, they're not. They're not the people to do it. We are the collectors, And in terms of Resident Evil, and physical copies, what do you guys have in terms of like physical copies? Do you collect the Resident Evil stuff?
Yes.
You want to go first, or you want me, Chris?
You'll go first.
All right. So from my perspective, I've got. Well, when I got my PS2 copy of Code Veronica, it came with a shirt that I'm no longer skinny enough to fit into, but I still have it. Just a Code Veronica shirt. I've got my physical copies of. I got Resident Evil 1 Remake, 2 OG. I used to have 2 Remake, but I don't know what happened to that. Or 3 Remake. I've got OG 3, Code Veronica, 4, 5, 6 is in there somewhere. Revelations 1 and 2. I've got DVDs of the first 2 CG movies. I'll have to find them. I've got kind of bootlegged action figures that I bought off of eBay over the last few years. And I've got almost everybody you could expect, except I don't have Wesker and they don't have a Barry one. So those are the only 2 I don't have.
Wow. Oh, that's great. How about you, Games Librarian? What you got?
I've got odds and ends and trinkets. Like I've got a little Chris Redfield from Resident Evil 5 stood next to Chung-Li. I said I've got my Resident Evil 4 GameCube. I've probably owned every version of Resident Evil 4 going. And I've got Resident Evil 1, 2, 3 on the GameCube versions. I don't know what happened to the PS1 ones. They disappeared. But I have owned every version of the game going on the originals, like Director's Cut, the original, the Platinum version, even though it's the same game. The only one I haven't really played is the Sega Saturn version, because I didn't have a Saturn at the time.
Yeah.
It's one I would like to try. But yeah, I've got Resident Evil stuff here and there. And I like to add some more to my collection. So when I was down in Cornwall, I saw they had the Tyrant statue.
Nice.
I just didn't have enough money to buy it.
That's usually the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, those collector's items have gotten expensive now too.
Yeah.
Like something that should be worth like $5 costs you 40.
Yeah. And that's something that speaks to the popularity of Resident Evil now, because with all the remakes and the remake fever that the series is going through at the moment, it's driving up the prices of all of these items that people have. or people want to buy. You know, I would love nothing more than to get the Resident Evil 2 strategy guide. I recently went to a games museum here, you know, local to me, as local as local can be, with a games museum, and they had two copies of the I believe it's the Prima strategy guide. I always wanted those. You look them up on the internet, and they are extortionate for a book. Absolutely extortionate, and that's a
Yeah.
crying shame because I would really like to own those.
But
Even at
remind me
the
when we're
retro
off
game
stream,
fairs.
there's another piece of memorabilia that I've seen that the games librarian found. I'm not going to share it on stream because I don't want you demonetized, but it's quite interesting.
I think I
Yeah.
know where you're going with that one.
But we're not going to get into that here.
Yeah.
I'm just going
Like,
to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just going to read out some of the chats because we've had some comments come in the chat. Primarily from a good place. Welcome, a good place, and welcome to Maro Botte. It's good to have you here. Love Resident Evil. First introduction through the movies. My sympathies on that one, by the way.
Yeah.
Brought 2 and 3 remake, and Village will play in the future. Looks like they're wanting remasters of the original games and the Outbreak games. And I keep hearing that they should not have turned it into an action game. Yeah, we can get into that a little
Agreed.
bit later as well. And yeah, Morrow says, hi there, not a gamer on Resident Evil, still C64 fan, but always enjoy your streams. Well, thank you, Morrow. It's good to have you here as we sort of collectively sort of melt over the Resident Evil series. Yeah, we were sort of naturally leading towards the change in style for Resident Evil in general when it became, when we got Resident Evil 4. But prior to Resident Evil 4's release, there was going to be a very different kind of Resident Evil 4.
A few different kinds of Resident Evil
yes,
4.
it went through
Yeah,
many iterations.
yes, yeah, and I quite often find myself wondering what those iterations would have been like had they been released as full titles, and I'm no doubt
Yeah,
not the only one there.
I wanted 3.5 from what little I've seen of that. That looked cool.
That's the Hookman one, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that would have been
The,
interesting.
the only one that changed to its own franchise was Devil May Cry.
Yes.
And you can
Yeah.
tell that was originally going to be Leon.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's the structure of Devil May Cry was so Resident Evil. I think even some of the assets were still in the background. I think you can see typewriters as well, in those backgrounds of Devil May Cry, scattered throughout the game.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because it was just turned into its own game. It was a mildly entertaining hack and slash game, but Resident Evil 4, it seemed to me that they were facing a few sort of forks in the road, because graphically speaking, there'd been this quite monstrous jump in Resident Evil from in terms of like graphical power. If anyone here is familiar with the Metal Gear Solid series, if you look at the difference graphically speaking between Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2, that's the kind of graphical jump that they were looking at with Resident Evil 4. You obviously had Code Veronica on the Dreamcast that was released, which I do own, by the way, which I absolutely love.
Nice. He also had Remake and Zero.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, because they were GameCube, because it was all centered around the GameCube, I believe, the remakes.
I was
Yes,
so
they had
angry when
to
that
deal
happened.
with they had to deal with Capcom for exclusivity on the several Resident Evil titles.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Reaver, you were saying?
I was just saying, I was so mad when I heard about that Resident Evil was going to be Nintendo exclusive.
Yeah, who here bought a GameCube for anything other than Resident Evil?
I didn't.
Metroid Prime.
Oh, Metroid. Okay, I guess I'm the only one then.
No, you're not the only one. I did end up finding a game called Eternal Darkness, which I enjoyed, but no, I only got it for Resident Evil.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a Metroid fan, so when I
No, that's
saw
fine.
a new Metroid game, and it's been a while since the last one, oh, getting a GameCube. And Resident Evil was a bonus.
Yeah, Resident Evil 1 and because 0 was released afterwards, wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
first it was Resident Evil 1 remake and then Resident Evil 0. But they also released Code Veronica on the GameCube.
Yes,
I didn't.
the X version.
Yes. Was it the X version?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was because the Dreamcast wasn't. Yeah, because they did the X version on the PlayStation 2 and the Dreamcast, if I'm not too much mistaken. The GameCube, sorry.
Well, you could actually get the X content on the Dreamcast on the online service.
That's how
But
they
it went
did
outside of Japan.
Oh.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, some exclusivity there. But I didn't realize you can get Code Veronica at the time, so I never bought it. But I did buy the Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 ports. I still have those, and I believe I've got the North American ones as well. In fact, I'm sure I do.
They're worth quite a bit now.
Yeah, they are. I'll thank the wife for that one because she managed to source them fairly cheap. This was a few years back, but I remember thinking, do I invest £17.50 for a copy of Code Veronica on the GameCube?
Yes.
I went, yes, I do. So I did. I ordered that, and it's something I didn't tell the wife about at the time. So if she's watching this stream, she'll know. I didn't tell her about it at the time because I thought I don't want to get in trouble because we were quite short on cash. But it turned out to be this absolutely wonderful thing to own, and the value just keeps going up and up and up for these games.
And out of all the versions I've played of Code Veronica, that one's still the best one.
Yeah, I agree because they released it on the PlayStation Network on the PS3, I believe.
Yeah, they did.
And it was fine, but I don't know, it just something felt off about it. Yeah.
It was darker, which I actually didn't mind that. I actually kind of liked that for some reason. But what got me was the frame rate issues with the cutscenes.
Yeah.
Because on a PlayStation 3, there's no excuse for that game having stuttering in cutscenes.
No. And you look at the Dreamcast, and it was perfectly serviceable.
Yeah.
Oh, I still do have something from the PS2 version of Code Veronica X. A DVD that came with it called Wesker's Report.
Mine didn't come with that. That's a shame.
Mine came with something.
I got
mine came. No, mine I think came with a demo of Devil May Cry.
Ooh.
I'm fairly certain. I could run upstairs and check, but I'm fairly certain mine came with a demo of Devil May Cry, which was it was a bonus. That was because it was great. But it's interesting how the you've got the different releases there.
I wonder if mine did too, because I remember having a demo to Devil May Cry because I remember playing it, and I don't know if it was either that. It was either Code Veronica or Onimusha that came with it.
Onimusha was another one, wasn't it? Another kind of offshoot. It was like that and Dino Crisis. Resident Evil seemed to spawn so many games. It was really
That's just Jill's model in Dino Crisis. We all know it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why in Resident Evil 3 you can get Regina as a Regina outfit. Yeah.
I saw this guy who did a Let's Play of Dino Crisis, and he did a little bit where he had Regina walk through a door, and then it cuts to the RPD Jill in the Regina outfit, and Nemesis is coming after her, and he's like, "Oh, wrong door," and goes through it again.
That's a good little bit. That is.
That was a pretty good port on the Dreamcast for Dino Crisis.
It came out on the. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the part in it.
Oh, am I gonna have to buy that now? Oh.
It looks a lot nicer from what I remember.
I'm gonna have to. Oh God, I'm gonna need to do about 10 streams to pay for all this stuff.
That's all right. You got your Friday regulars.
That's true.
As long as Xell doesn't demonetize you.
Well, we'll see about that. Wow. Okay. Was it only a Japanese one, or was it over in this country as well?
Well, I'm not sure.
I know we had it over here.
Because I did have a lot of Japanese games for my Dreamcast, because it was a little bit cheaper. And the Dreamcast had no country protect on it. So all you had to do was put in a cheat disc and then swap it out and it'll play the Japanese games.
Yeah, it's £100. I don't have
people donate to Danger Man's Dino Crisis pot.
Well, we need them super chats.
Yeah,
bring them on.
Don't do it. You're feeding a habit here. I tell you, if Mauro's in the chat, don't you send a super chat. You've commissioned too much. I've got a laundry list of things to do now. But yeah, the missus will. Yeah, the missus. She's probably watching, so I'm not going to say too much. But but no. I like that Resident Evil birthed so many franchises, or not well, I suppose franchises. But
yeah, you can say franchises.
But more of a style of game that I don't think it's actually been surpassed.
Well, no, because even if you go into 4 onward, 4 influenced The Evil Within, which had Shinji Mikami working on that.
Yeah,
it influenced very heavily Dead Space.
Yeah. Yeah, it was certainly a trend setter.
Yes.
And I remember playing Silent Hill in the early days.
Another good one.
Yeah, absolutely. But Silent Hill for me was a little different because it was harder to play, not from a gameplay perspective, although there was that, but it was more of the graphical differences. I thought Resident Evil was a bit of a tighter experience. It looked a lot better.
Yeah.
Silent Hill was obviously restricted by what they could do at the time. But in the early days of this channel, when I say this channel, it'd probably be the other channel now, but I did a lot of Silent Hill and Resident Evil streams very early on, to the point where I look a lot different. I look a lot younger, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I went into YouTube so wide-eyed and full of hope, yeah, Silent Hill was one of those games that it was fun to play because if you were to have the right technology to create the right kind of atmosphere, it would pierce you with its horror. And I always had that with my friend who we shared a lot of interests in Silent Hill and Resident Evil and Star Trek were the main 3.
Nice.
Yeah, Resident Evil, when you were playing it, it was just like, oh crap, jump scare, oh crap this and oh crap that, but there wasn't a level of real psychological horror. It was more tension building for Resident Evil, whereas Silent Hill was definitely psychological horror. It was
that and just that really thick, tense atmosphere. I remember when I was younger, I had a hard time playing those games in long sessions because that atmosphere would just get to me.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like when you go into the toilets at the school and you hear someone crying in the toilet. You open the door and there's no one there.
Oh yeah.
It's like playing with you.
Oh, absolutely. I remember my mate and I were playing on my big 27-inch CRTV widescreen television. Yeah,
Settle down there.
I was quite posh. It was a Becco, so you knew I was in the money. No, let's be honest, it was 200 quid from Dixon's, but yeah, it was really good. I love my widescreen telly, and yeah, we were sitting there playing Silent Hill 3 in the dark, and I had the big fat PlayStation 2. I've still got it upstairs.
Same.
And with that, I had something called the Sound Station 2, which I have another one upstairs. I got rid of the original one, but I bought it again, stupidly, for about 20 quid off of eBay. And then it was... He's done it. I told him not to, and he's done it. Maro Botter has super chatted $50.
Oh my!
He put Dino Crisis Fund or whatever he said.
Oh, serious, guys.
Yeah, we're just joking.
Oh, I tell you what, Maro pays the bills around here. He really does. Sir, I told you shouldn't have done that, but thank you very much for that super chat. Oh god, it looks like I'm buying Dino Crisis. I don't remember what I was talking about now. Maro, you rock, so you really do. But
Yeah.
just save your money, man. Stop spending your money.
It was the surround station too.
Yes, it's Sound Station. Yeah.
I like how you did a laugh there that almost reminded me of Critical Drinker.
Oh, that's very kind. I'm sure the Critical Drinker wouldn't be insulted by that at all. What's this I hear about some fucking stupid YouTuber talking shit about? No, anyway. I can't do a Scottish accent to save my life. It's
Neither
not
can
me, it's the power of many. That's Maro Botter saying it's not me, it's the power of many. Yeah, that's gone now, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Yeah. It's just that they're not going to hurt you anymore. Anyway, back to it. Sound Station 2. And it was, I believe it was the 2-speaker option sound station. And this thing was incredible as a sound system. It was just so basic. It was 2.1. That's all it was. And the sound station was it was designed and modeled after the PlayStation 2, so you could put them next to each other and they'd look like one unit. It was brilliant. They had all the lines going down, and it was fantastic.
Oh, nice.
But it was so good as a little subwoofer that I decided to do a test on it not long after I bought it. And I nearly ended up having to take it back to Dixon's. I got everything from Dixon's. Because I thought, you know what, let's really test this out, shall we? So I cranked up the bass to full, which I know really you should never do. I cranked the volume up to full.
Oh no.
And I stuck my newly purchased Matrix DVD in the PlayStation. I chapter selected it to go straight to the subway fight with Neo and Agent Smith. And specifically the point before they start shooting at one another and the camera spins around and everything. I am not lying. This is no word of a lie. That scene where they go, and they're shooting each other, the damn thing shook itself off my shelf.
Wow.
It literally just went and fell. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen anything inanimate do. It was hilarious. I didn't even care that it had fallen off my shelf. I was in stitches. So I invited my mate round to do some gaming, to do some Silent Hill 3. And I said, I got an audio splitter, and we went out the front of this subwoofer into some really nice sort of deep bass headphones, and we were sitting there playing Silent Hill 3, and we were playing in the dark on my 27-inch telly. And I'll tell you something, that is something in my life that I will never forget and will always cherish. It was a superb experience because we both shat ourselves on several different parts of the game. Absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere it created was superb.
Oh, nice.
Um,
I have played it with headphones, and that's pretty nice, but I haven't tried that.
it was an experience and a half. I'll tell you, it was superb, and I now have a 100-inch projector screen and a projector just up here. So I'm sort of thinking about trying the same thing. Now I've got 7.1 surround sound capability, but I don't think it'll properly channel out to an older game. But it doesn't matter. I'm still going to put my sound system on and the projector screen, and I think I'm going to have that same friend over it, and I think it's just going to be Silent Hill on the big screen.
Just try not to max out the volume and bass again.
The house will just fall around, and it'll just be the shelf left standing, I think. But no, yeah, Silent Hill was born. I think it was born from this particular genre, and it did very well. But Resident Evil will always be my preferred franchise in between the two.
Yeah, it's tough for me because Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, it's hard to say because if Silent Hill was just those first 3 games, yeah, that's really tough because I really, really like those 3 games.
Yeah.
But I do love Resident Evil as well. So it's kind of like, I'm not really going to complain either way because both franchises are really good. It's just Silent Hill, once you get past 3, well, I don't like those games past 3.
I don't think anybody does. The franchise took a bit of a nosedive, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a Silent Hill light gun shooter.
A light gun
shooter. The arcades. Yep.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a dungeon crawler as well.
Oh, I think everybody would want to play that, wouldn't they? Because they've really cornered the market there.
Right.
And pachinko machine.
Oh, pachinko. The downfall of Konami were pachinko machines. Oh. Anyway.
It's just so weird they're getting back into the market now.
Yeah, and they've remade Silent Hill 2. Good going,
Badly.
Guys.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of...
Sorry.
I was going to say, speaking of light gun shooters, there used to be a Code Veronica one down at Cineworld years ago, which was pretty good.
I have actually seen screenshots of that machine. Obviously not that machine, but you know.
Right.
So yeah, I was aware that they'd done a few. That's pretty cool. What was I going to say?
I don't know, but I do know there was a.
Yeah.
I know there was a Survivor style first person version of Code Veronica, but I'm not sure if it was Japan only.
No, it came out over here as well. I actually have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have Gun Survivor 2, and believe me, it I wouldn't even have paid DLC money for it.
Oof.
Yeah, it was awful. The game itself is clunky and terrible, so it's about the only thing that's worth anything in the entire experience is the box art, and that's it. There's no actual voice dialogue. It is all just text on the screen. Yeah, it's a completely... The only reason I bought it is to say that I have it. That's it. In fact, it is worse than Survivor 1.
Wow.
It is worse than Survivor.
Really pushed the boat out there.
Easily worse than I might actually do a Discord stream. If I can figure out how to hook everything up, I'll do it upstairs where I've got the capture card, and I'll show you. It's just an awful experience. It's not a very good game at all.
Now, what isn't an awful experience are the Umbrella Chronicle games.
That's the Wii ones, isn't it? The Star ones that started on the Wii. Yeah, I've got those.
And were ported to the PS3.
Yes. Yeah, because you can use the PlayStation Move controllers, and I've done that, and it's good.
Yeah, they have good adaptations of Code Veronica, Resident Evil 2, All the games actually. It sort of gives you an end to the umbrella nonsense that goes on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about how Capcom handled that one. So yeah.
We will get to that very shortly. You guys just want to take over the stream? I will be back very shortly.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
So I was going to say earlier, when we were talking about the tank controls and the barrier for people to get into Resident Evil, in that sense, I think the first game is actually the best one to get into because you're given enough of an open space in order to run around and get used to the controls without having to worry about anything.
Yeah, the second game just throws you in like the zombies straight away.
Oh yeah.
Now dodge.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
yeah, that
3 does a little too, but yeah, not as much as 2 does.
yeah. But if you once you learn those tank controls that seem as natural as walking,
Yeah, I can go
you
back
can
to those old games anytime.
yeah, and you can like zip in and out of those zombies like they're nothing.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just getting to use to them. As you said, the first game's perfect for that 'cause it gives you a nice open area to run around and try stuff out before you actually get into the main game.
Yeah, because when you find that first zombie, all you gotta do is turn around and run back to Barry, as Jill at least.
Yeah,
You can do that as Chris
I,
as well, but then you go into the main hall and then you have plenty of space to just walk around and get used to the movement.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Which so if somebody went from not being familiar with those controls to trying to play OG2 or even 3, yeah, I can understand how that would be kind of an issue, especially when I mentioned earlier, I had that same exact issue when I first played 3, where I just died to the first zombie because I had no idea what to do. So,
I'll give remake its due on the original. They do have analog control if you want to use it. You don't have to stick to the tank controls.
3
So
Master does. Did they have that on the GameCube?
I believe so, but it's been a long while since I've played the
Right,
GameCube version specifically.
right. But yeah, I know in the remaster, I know they gave you that option, which is great for people that just don't want to get used to it.
Yeah, and yeah,
I think I played it with tank controls when I last played it.
yeah, but that's my preferred way to play the original Resident Evil tank controls. I will not hear
Yeah,
anything bad about them.
yeah.
They're good.
It
No,
depends. I like them in Resident Evil well enough. I didn't enjoy them in Tomb Raider.
They want implemented right.
Yeah, well, Tomb Raider was its own thing, which we won't get into since this isn't a Tomb Raider stream. But yeah, that was something to say the least.
Indeed.
well, you wanted to go into something just before I popped off there. So when you head on down that road,
I mentioned it
Uh,
just as you popped off, but I'll mention it to you too, just so you can
Mhm.
you hear the thoughts on it. But I brought up earlier we were talking about tank controls and how that's a barrier for people, and we were talking about how the first game was actually the perfect introduction to that movement system because you had a safe place to run around in a pretty big area to run
Mm,
around in to get used to that control style.
yeah, yeah, you did. And then the second one, you were plonked straight in the action.
Yeah.
yes.
And it was just like sudden, and you've got to very sort of you've got to sort of move very snakily around about 6 zombies, and even to this day there are times where I still don't get it right, and I get bitten by the third zombie along or something like that.
A scenario in Resident Evil 2, I struggle to get through that without being near death by the time I get there.
Yeah, because the one sort of thing with still backgrounds and with the way they present the game is distance is not always judgeable.
And I don't have depth perception anyway,
No,
so
and
that
that were I imagine I can't imagine that must be like. To be fair, but that would make it out infinitely harder for me. Um,
I usually result in just using a Game Shark or something just to get to that first typewriter, save my game, then reset the game so I don't have it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Something about the demo is they put a typewriter in Kendo's gun shop,
Nice.
which would have been helpful, but they took it out in the main game.
Yeah, that would have been really nice to have in the main game.
Yeah, yeah, that would have really helped.
Because you got a long stretch where you don't have a healing item.
No, that's true. That's true. You don't pick up a herb until you get to the police station.
Yeah, in
it's
the first game you got a first aid spray. I can't remember if Jill had one in 3, but yeah, in 2 you got nothing. You've got your pistol, a knife, and maybe extra bullets depending on what mode you're on. That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, you find that first herb in the planter outside near the main doors.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that existed for the longest time.
A lot of people don't. It's like the bullets behind the statue upstairs. A lot of people tend to miss that too.
Or that gate that Jill enters in 3, how you can get that camera angle.
I did a video on that, funnily enough.
Oh, nice.
I think it might be on the channel, possibly. I'm gonna have to look at my own channel now because I can't remember. It was that long ago. But yeah, I did a video on that and on what actually triggers that, because there is a specific thing that you have to do to trigger it.
Yeah, it is quite to get it to work.
What you have to do is kill the 2 zombies in the park area, and that's it. That's what activates it. You kill those 2 zombies, you get the extra scene. If you don't, it won't activate. Like I say, I'm fairly certain I did a video on this channel, but again, don't quote me. I do have 2 channels at the moment, but I'm fairly certain it was this one, and it was a while back now.
And speaking of Resident Evil 2, as you're running through Raccoon City at the beginning, you'll see loads of little references dotted around on the buildings and that.
Here you go.
Yeah. So, like in the basketball court, you can find a murder on the dance floor.
No way.
Yeah.
I don't actually think it's public anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. It must be on the other channel. It might actually be on the other channel. This is really unprofessional of me. I don't care though. I really want the answer to this.
It's fine.
I really want the answer.
I'm just browsing Resident Evil on eBay to see if I can find anything that's worth purchasing. So
yeah,
you know. You got me wanting more memorabilia.
Yeah. I don't actually think. I think I plan to re-release the video. It's actually set to private right now on the other channel. But yeah, it's a secret area. I might actually just create a Resident Evil centric channel. I don't know. We'll see.
There you go.
I've got some more accounts I can play with, so why not? And I'll just dump it all on there.
Yeah.
The danger man of Resident Evil.
Yeah. Yeah. The ammo behind the statue.
Yes.
Ammo behind is that on the second floor? Where you move the 2 statues to put them into place.
Yes. Yeah, there's bullets hidden behind that statue.
Get out of town.
Yep. Because when I was originally playing the game, I was a bugger for pressing the pick up button everywhere I went, because I was always paranoid there was something hidden. I no
longer deserve to be the host of this stream. I feel like crap. I have played Resident Evil 2. If you could wear discs out, I'd have worn it out. And I have never picked up ammo behind that bloody statue.
It's there.
Wow. Yeah. I'm gonna fire at the Vita tonight and honestly just be screaming at my Vita, going, "What the hell?" Because I knew about the gate area. I obviously knew about I knew about the film. Everybody knows about the film in Wesker's desk.
Yeah.
Do you know about the bullet holes in the screen?
Yes, you can shoot at the screen, and yeah, I did that. Yeah. I did that one back on the PlayStation.
Yeah, there's several locations you can do it.
Yeah, which I thought was a lovely touch, and it was such a waste of ammo, but it was so much fun to do.
That's why you save before doing it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It's like, I'm going to shoot at the screen now. Is that what you saved? Yeah, it's not to do with monsters.
Yeah.
You'll go through that corridor and you'll find Red Rum written on one of the planks.
That's true. Yeah, Red Rum in the backgrounds were quite well listed with items. The trouble is with the PlayStation, they're too low res to actually properly make them out. But when you start getting the old upscales, it does clear things up somewhat. So yeah. There was something else you were going to mention, and we were talking about something that you didn't like that they did with an element of Resident Evil. My memory's starting to fade.
Oh, you're right. So I wasn't sure if we were going to start from the beginning and go through the franchise or not, so I was going to save it for that, but we haven't really done that. So
I mean, to be fair, we started with the OG stuff, so yeah why not? Yeah. We go where the conversation takes us, my friend.
True that. And when Xell's here, that leads to demonetization.
Well, when Xell's here, I can tell you with some confidence that my sphincter area is somewhat tighter than it usually is otherwise. But I love the guy to bits. He is.
He's a great dude.
He's hilarious, but the demonetization jokes just flow thick and fast, even in Discord. So he owns it. He bears the crown happily.
Right, but the Umbrella story, I did not love how in the games they handled it, where you've got Jill, Leon, Chris all saying, it's time to take out Umbrella. Umbrella's going down. It's time to finish this. All these different things. And then you get the beginning of 4 and it's just their stock prices fell. And it's just kind of like, well, that was anticlimactic.
Wasn't that in the remake, not the original?
No, the original. The remake, they didn't even include that.
I'm getting mixed up. But Umbrella Chronicles sort of gives you an ending to it with the assault on the Arctic base.
Yeah, but it's still a rail shooter type thing, which not every Resident Evil fan is going to want to play, especially with the move controls that sounds like you need for whatever version you have of it. And that, to me, is a shame. We never got... Because I know when I was young, when I had first played all those games, the PS1 trilogy, I remember just thinking, oh man, how awesome would it be if you had Jill, Leon, Claire, Chris, Barry, Rebecca, Ada, just have all these people invading an Umbrella base. And then, of course, something has gone awry. We have monsters, but I was like, I would just always had this envision of this massive game to conclude that storyline that in my head would have been awesome. But nope, we don't get that.
I mean, the concept, I understand what you're saying with regards to Umbrella and it coming down. These guys are going to bring it down. It would have been interesting to sort of it not be the nuclear bomb that did it. And you can understand why the nuclear missile obviously being launched at Raccoon City would probably have led to the dismemberment. No jokes intended of the Umbrella Corporation, but I think you're right that it would have been interesting to have a game that explained our protagonists' input into that, rather than them just going, "Hey, look, they're bad guys," and they launched the missile.
And they say in Revelations, and I know obviously this, as the game's librarian pointed out, they show a mission in Umbrella Chronicles, but they even say in Revelations, Chris and Jill, the ones that took down Umbrella.
Yeah. So how did that happen? And that's where three make had a real chance to sort of give us a bit of an epilogue. And it didn't even achieve being a good game, so it wasn't able to achieve much more than that. Much more afterwards.
That reminds me. So I'm going to ask you. Go Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you only get a scene of the crushed vial in Jill's apartment at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could.
Sure.
Yeah, and like Danger Man was saying, yeah, they could have just at least done an epilogue to say what happened to Umbrella, so that at least you feel like the story's over.
Yeah. And it can bleed into 4 then.
Yeah. So I'll ask you this question: are you guys tired of remakes? Do you want more remakes, or would you just rather more new games?
I'll let the games librarian answer that first.
Well, I want a remake of Code Veronica, so I think that one's due for a makeover. But other than that, I want some new content.
Okay.
I would say I'm going to be the greedy sod and say I want both.
Okay.
Because they've done quite well, I think, going side by side when it comes to new content and remaking old games. I think that they need to leave Resident Evil 1 alone and not do the over the shoulder and bring it in line with the others, because that remake is, in my opinion, the best remake of the entire series. It cannot
I
be
agree with
surpassed.
you. See, I
It
agree with
still
you on that
looks good.
remake, but I'm actually all for an over the shoulder Resident Evil 1. Like, because I feel like remake was over 20 years ago, so they can at least make it to fit in with this new timeline they're creating with the remakes. So I'm actually all for it, because
Okay, I'd probably meet you halfway on that, and then say, if you're going to make Resident Evil 1 over the shoulder, then you remake Resident. Well, give us the option for Resident Evil 2 remake to at least go to static camera angles and have some of that
Agreed.
classic experience, and then do us a favor, remake 3 and do it yourselves this time. Capcom,
Yeah.
just do it yourselves. Go back and take the game, by all means.
Yeah.
Take it, polish it up, uplift it, add some stuff to it, and add all the removed content. Because at least with 4 remake, the stuff that they didn't put in the game, they put in separate ways, because
Yeah.
they were able to jiggle it about and make it fit. Remake, 3 should I say, failed. It failed on so many levels, and people can say, "Oh yeah, but I'm a Resident Evil fan, and I found it massively entertaining." It's like, yes, but it's not even true to the original game, which has
it's
itself been accused of not really being a true Resident Evil title because it's more action focused.
Yeah. I'll just say I had my fun with that game, but as a remake, no, it was awful.
I platinumed it. I did in Nightmare and Inferno mode, and beat Nemesis after about 50 tries to get the platinum. I'll be perfectly honest and say it is a thoroughly serviceable, enjoyable game
experience. Yeah.
but it shouldn't be Resident Evil 3.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Well,
and they even do some story stuff I like in that, where they have the whole subplot about trying to get a vaccine to try to save the remaining citizens. I actually really liked that.
Yeah, it's a nice touch. It was modernizing it in the right way.
Right. But it's just everything else was not handled well. Like, it really took me out of it when all of a sudden it's a subway instead of a cable car, because I can't help but think, I think in the US, I think we only have 4 cities that have subways. I'm like, you mean to tell me that this small Midwest town, and by the way, I don't live in the Midwest, but I've lived in small towns in USA in my life, small towns are not having a subway.
No.
Every time Raccoon City appears, it gets bigger.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you look at 2, it kind of looks like a town. There's no skyscrapers or anything like that, and obviously it's called Raccoon City.
Right.
But is it a town or is it a city? I mean, we English tend to define towns and cities in our own way, and Americans would probably, in quite a slangish way, call a city a town. You know, LA is people go, oh, in this town rather than in this city. So I get that point of view, but it has gone from a suburban town to a metropolitan city.
And to me, it worked better as a small town.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. And I think they made Raccoon City too streamlined.
Yeah, they did.
Far too sort of and it didn't need to be mainstream. That's what I meant to say. So it didn't need to be as mainstream as it was. I think it worked better as a town a smaller town that had fallen victim to a viral outbreak of this nasty virus, and it creates a deeper sympathy for the things that people are going through, because it's more intimate sort of experience.
What blows my mind is the original Raccoon City was a smaller town, yet that map was way bigger than the one in 3 Make. You got like 2, maybe 3 streets, and that was it.
3 Make was awful for that. I've heard the Critical Drinker talking about Resident Evil 3 and how he didn't really like the sprawling city segments. I thought they were really good.
Yeah, I agree.
And although they were sprawling and at times a little too linear, I thought that they were still packed full of atmosphere.
Yeah,
you've got the alleyways with the boutique, with the zombies crawling down them, and everything just felt. And as you were going through, making your way through the city, you had people falling victims to the zombies. You could hear screams in the background. You turn a corner, and suddenly hear this guy screaming and being eaten. And he'd turn a corner, and there he was on the ground being eaten. It was very sort of, what's the word? Dynamic.
Yeah. Well, that in both 3 and 2 originals, you heard zombies in the background. Like when you just walk outside for something, you hear those moans.
The BMG. Yeah, it was part of the BGM background music. It was part of it, and it was almost part of the melody.
Yeah, and it really made the city sound unsafe. So when you're in Resident Evil 2 and you walk outside, when you're going down that staircase to get into that office, 2236.
Oh yeah.
You walk out there. Yep, and you just hear those zombies. It lets you know that, okay, look, where you're at is unsafe too, but you're no safer if you leave. Like, you're just screwed because it's a nightmare where they are.
Yeah, immensely. It gave you that feeling, and with 3 Make, I felt that it was really impersonal.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry, but any Resident Evil game that includes Horde mode is just not a Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
Include it as part of the story. It's because when you become, there were a lot of problems with 3 Make, but mainly it was Carlos being in the RPD module. That was a huge mistake, a monumental mistake. And Carlos with the Horde mode in the hospital.
That was awful. Hands down, ridiculous. The worst part of the game.
No. The worst part was the misuse of the "You Got Stars" line.
I agree. That was bad too.
That was narratively bad.
Yeah.
The in terms of pure gameplay, you and again, Village did this, and Village pissed me off. The end of Village with Chris's part of this, of the game, where it just turns into Call of Duty, was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, completely unnecessary. It was tonally jarring to go.
And they should have known.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, and they should have known too, because that's been the complaints with 5 and 6. Oh, Chris's campaigns are just Call of Duty.
If Call of Duty involved punching boulders, yeah.
Right.
Long history with them boulders.
Yeah. That is a funny mod I saw for Remake, one that makes the boulder look like Chris. Puts his face on there.
That's a good one.
One thing 3 did get right with Hunters, I really liked.
Yeah.
You mean the design?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they felt like an actual threat.
Yes.
Yeah, the hunters were cool.
They were, but again, misused, I would say.
Right.
Yes.
They had a chance to create something really sort of eerie with them, and I think
Well, with
they
the
kind
lack,
of failed there.
well, with the lack of understanding of the franchise, their callback to introduce the hunter was to Resident Evil 1. I couldn't help but think, why aren't we calling back to actual Resident Evil 3, where you first see the hunter show up when he tears that zombie in half?
Yeah.
Like, why aren't we getting that? That would have
Yeah.
been awesome to see in modern graphics.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Much in the same way, I think with 2 remake, it would have been graphically impressive to see Ben's death in the original 2 style, rather
Yeah.
than him getting squeezed like a cherry.
Yeah.
And
I
pop
wanted more
pop
of
like a
Ben,
zit.
actually. I
Sorry?
wanted more of Ben, actually. I wish he had lived for that first encounter, and then maybe the second time you see him, they talk for a little bit, and then he gets killed off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was just like, oh look, another human being. You've got to get me out of here. Bang, I'm dead. And
Yeah.
that was it.
It didn't even get to say, "Get that scum, make them pay."
No,
Yeah.
no, he didn't.
Get that scum. Make them pay.
That was always so strange that in both versions, Ben and the Chief, there's that story arc there, and it's odd because Leon never runs into the Chief. That's all part of Claire's story.
Yes.
Yeah.
It feels like Ben should have ran into Claire at some point.
There is something on the 2 remake involving Ben, because apparently he was in love with the mayor's daughter, and you get to play as her, getting back to Ben.
Oh, that's the what if stories, isn't it? Which is
Yeah.
part of it. It's kind of like it's not Go. Is it Ghost Survivor? No, it's not Ghost Survivors. It's
That might be it, actually.
is it? Yeah,
That might be
because
it.
the scenarios where you play as different Resident Evil, the different
Yeah,
characters in the game.
you get to play as the mayor's daughter, Umbrella operative, Kendo, and that police officer is the last one, but that's like a horde mode, and you have to like kill 100 zombies to escape the gas station, as they call it.
Yeah, horde mode just doesn't bloody work. Stop it, Capcom! Just stop it. We don't want it.
It's not bad as a side game. It's not like in the main story.
Right.
It's just like a little fun side you can do.
Well,
I think what it is
sorry, mate, I was just going to say, just have it as like the shooting range in 4. Just have it in that style.
Right. I think what it is Resident Evil 4 was popular. Resident Evil 4 had a cabin defense section, and so a ton of games, including Capcom, have tried to recreate that ever since.
Yeah.
They literally do that in Evil Within 2.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm just saying that cabin thing worked for the story because you were cornered at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It made sense for that. And plus, you didn't have to fight everything in there. Like, you could keep pushing them off the ladders.
Yeah.
If you wanted. Or get yourself killed by shooting loose too many times.
That's true. Adios, Leon. Yeah. I I think if they could go back and give us the 3 that we deserved, then I will give them my blessing to go and redo 1 again.
Okay.
And that would be my stipulation to them. It's like, okay, as a fan, if you need my buy-in to you remaking Resident Evil 1, redo 3, give us what we should have gotten, and then I will, as a fan of Resident Evil, you may do it. You may go. You have my blood. That would be it. I would be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
But you know, they won't. I don't think they'll do it.
No.
They don't have the money to be. I don't think they have the money to sort of do that. And I think it would. If it would be really cheeky of them to say, "Oh, by the way, this is now a paid upgrade to make the Resident Evil 3 remake experience what it should have been, you've got to pay for
Yeah.
it. It's like,
Of
yeah,
course.
but we've already paid for the game.
Yep.
So yeah, they struggle to do that. I think they know they messed up when they got the B team in to make that game, and they made some horrible decisions. Horrible decisions.
One thing though we never got, which we could have got if Deadly Silence sold good, and they were gonna do Resident Evil 2 and 3 for the DS remakes as well.
Wow.
But because it didn't sell so well, it was canned.
Yeah.
I think that was more the DS's problem rather than a Resident Evil problem.
Yeah. Now, what I'd be interested in is to see how 5 remake would go. I imagine it'd be kind of similar to 4, but I know it's been a few years now, but I know I tried putting in 5 one day, and oh man,
it's a rough experience, isn't it?
Yeah, that control scheme for that type of game just does not work, especially if you're used to playing more modern, not modern games. Even if you go back to OG Dead Space, like it's like Dead Space still holds up, but 5, no, man. I was like, wait, what is going on here? Wait, I have to press what to do what? Oh no.
Yeah, when you move to the bloody floor.
Yeah.
You can't move.
Yeah. Like, how did they do that better in Dead Space?
But
you could walk on them in Dead Space.
Yeah. It struck me with 5 because I played 5 a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed 5 for what it was at the time. Now, I can't play it.
Yeah,
it's almost as if I've been spoiled, and it's spoiled my enjoyment of 5.
Because 5... we've had games with decent control schemes.
Yeah, exactly. In 5, you are literally pointing that direction, go, and then you can sort of move left and right. But he's very heavy and slow to move, and then when you come to a standstill, it's just really slow movement, slow aiming, and then you've got Sheva, who is inexplicable as an AI.
She uses all the ammo shooting at nothing. You get the minorest of damage, and she's using your best healing items.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Go ahead, because I knew he was going to go there.
It looks like a paper cut. Here's a first aid spray.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And if you don't give her bullets, she's always buggering for pestering you for you.
It's like, well, you keep shooting at nothing.
Need ammo.
My trick for that, when I played the game, I always just gave her the machine guns, and I always took the pistols.
Yes.
That way, she could do whatever the hell she wanted with the machine guns. I didn't care.
Yeah.
If she ran out of ammo, that's her own fault.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It was when I was trying to do the professional run through, because I needed to do that obviously for platinum, and I've got platinum for 5. The most frustrating part of that game on professional mode is Sheva, but it's the Wesker fight, the first one, where it says 7 minutes. I will play with you for 7 minutes, and you get put into dying very quickly. Okay, it's usually two hits and you're in dying. So you've stocked up on your healing, you've given it all to Sheva, and you're knocked onto dying, because and this happens when you're about 50 meters away from her. By the way, fucking hell. And she's got to come and give you the little injection, isn't she? The little adrenaline injection that gets you out of dying status.
Yeah.
And there was 4 occasions where she could have saved me, and she let me die. The wench let me die. And it's interesting because you can spam. You always find yourself. It has no effect whatsoever, but you always find yourself spamming that button that gets him to call out for her, saying, "I'm not gonna make it. Help me out here. I'm not gonna make it." And I kept doing that, and she got stuck on thin air, and she's just running towards me like this. And my life is just draining like this really quickly, and I'm thinking, I wish someone else was here to play this game with me, because that was one of the redeeming factors with Resident Evil 5 was the co-op play.
Yeah.
And you could get through the game really easily if you had someone, and you can network play it as well. But if you had someone else playing that game, you could get through things like professional really easy, because you could say, right, stick with me because this is a tough section. Stay close, and let's do it together.
I had a similar experience with 6. I was trying that awful section towards the end of Chris's campaign where you have to run across these platforms while that giant monster is smashing them. Mm-hmm. And you go up to a bit where you're waiting on your partner character to pick you up, and the bloody guy just wouldn't pick me up. And so, of course, the platform gets smashed. I'm like, well, what are you doing, dude?
6 had some problems with its quick time events as well. It didn't register quite a lot of the time.
I would say that one of my biggest gripes with a certain period of Resident Evil was quick time events.
Yes.
They don't belong there.
Agreed.
And I brought this up.
Can't blame Shenmue for that.
I brought this up in the Resident Evil fans group on Facebook, to which I am no longer a part of because I just removed myself. So I put a poll out there. Bear in mind, I had a YouTube channel of about 800 subscribers at that time. So it was I wasn't big, I wasn't small or anything like that. It was just
right.
I just says, look, I've got this channel. What do you think, guys, about quick time events? Would you prefer to have something to get rid of quick time events, or would you prefer to keep them in the game? And I got about 20 replies to this post saying, who the fuck cares? Get out of here.
Wow.
And I sat there in disbelief as these responses were coming down. So, come on, we're all fans of the game. What do you think of quick time events? And I think I had about 3 responses that say, I like them, so f off. And at that point, I left the group. Because it had become such a toxic place where you couldn't even ask an honest question about a game. And I think it had become really negative. I don't know what it's like now. I've not requested to rejoin the group because I really don't want to be part of that. But I would genuinely think that Resident Evil, any iteration of Resident Evil, would be far better off if they just got rid of quick time events.
Agreed.
Because
they even had them a little bit in 3 make.
Yeah, and Resident Evil 4 was saturated with them.
Yeah.
How frustrating is it when you're running away from boulders and you happen to die because you didn't press the shoulder buttons when you should have pressed them, and you ended up pressing X and square, or vice versa. So I'm trying to get through this game. I'm trying to enjoy this game, and you've crushed me with a boulder because I haven't got the reflexes to tap the button.
Right.
Like I'm trying to please a woman. It just doesn't. I don't have that. I'm 41 years old now. Please just don't make me rely on my nervous system.
Right.
You know.
The worst one on 4.
I was just going to say, my experience with 5, I originally recorded a Let's Play for that many, many moons ago now, within the first year of my channel. And the way my vision works, I can only see a small section of the screen at one time. So I knew a quick time event sequence was coming up, so I had to basically look at that part of the screen. Could not see the cutscene. I had to watch the video back to actually see what happened in the cutscene.
No way.
Because I couldn't see anything that was happening because I was just trying to make sure I got the bloody buttons right. And it's like, dude, it's a cutscene. Let me just sit back and enjoy it.
Yeah. I've done the work. Now give me my reward. I need a little break. I need to stretch my fingers or something like that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
But there's 2 things that I would do to the original Resident Evil 4 to make it a more fluid experience, because there's only 2 things that frustrate me, and genuinely these are the only 2 things that frustrate me about Resident Evil 4. Quick time events is one, Get rid of them. Unnecessary, not needed. Get rid of them. Even if it's just a case of you leave the quick time event in and you just have to press the button once. Oh, I've run from the boulder. Oh, I've dodged the boulder. Just do that. Do it that way. The second thing would be give me slots for my weapons.
Yeah.
Because the most annoying thing I find with Resident Evil 4 is having to go into your briefcase to swap your weapons every time.
Yeah.
And that's where Resident Evil 4 Remake got it right. And Resident Evil 5 got it right as well. It's just a case of, oh, shotgun. Oh, machine gun. Oh, pistol. Oh, and it works so much better that way.
It's insane how they do it in 4 Remake, where it's like, not only do you have up, down, left, right, but you have a dual. So up, left, down, right. Yeah, it's like, wow, they really want you to be decked out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's brilliant. And again, I know because you're visually impaired, it probably wouldn't work too well on you. But I purchased a VR2 and played Resident Evil 4 on the VR2. And I think I've said this to you guys before, but I've not said it on stream. Resident Evil 4 VR2 is quite simply the only way I would want to ever play a Resident Evil ever again. It is an absolutely superb, very immersive experience. And yeah, it's I don't even know how to say it, because of the adaptive triggers that adds to the realism. The reload of all the different guns adds to the whole immersion of everything. The aim is just pinpoint accurate. You are physically aiming, and it's pinpoint accurate.
Nice.
As the king of demonetization pops into the chat. Welcome, Xell. How are you doing, mate? We are doing pretty good. We're talking Resident Evil. And don't worry, we'll still be doing the stream. We'll still be doing 10 Forward on Friday. But yeah, we're doing a Resident Evil stream, just gushing over Resident Evil. And like most fans, just being critical of it in places. Yep. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 VR is a superb way to play Resident Evil 4. The weapons are very specific, the way you reload them. You get an idea of what it's like to reload these guns, because you hit reload and Leon reloads and everything, but it's like the Striker being the best shotgun in the game, and it is superb, is the hardest to reload.
Oh.
You would think it'd be the easiest, it'd just be a drum change, but it's not. What you have to do with it is you have to pull out the ejection thing, load the ammo in. You don't have to load it all in, but you have to load at least one cycle. And then there's a switch at the front which you use to charge the weapon. It's bizarre and really off-putting when you're surrounded by a swarm of enemies and you've got to reload.
Right.
But one thing I love about it is you can do essentially CQC, which close quarters combat, because you've got your knife here and it's actually mapped to this part of your body. You can grab it, flip it down so you've got it as a dagger, and then you can rest your gun with your knife underneath, and that's how it appears on the screen. And it's got full range of movement. So if you run out and you've got people coming towards you, you've got villagers coming towards you, and you suddenly run out and you've got to reload, what you can do is jab them in the head and just slash away with your knife. It does degrade it, of course, but you just slash away with your knife, get some distance, and then reload your gun, and you're popping away. It's a fun game to play, and I highly recommend anyone who's got a PlayStation 5, if they've got spare money, just blow. If Mauro, for example, I would highly recommend he go and get a VR, because he's clearly got money to for super chats and whatnot. But I would say go and get this. It's just superb, and I feel for you, mate, because I don't think it would work very well
No, it
if
wouldn't.
you're visually impaired. But I wish you could experience it, because I was sitting there, sitting here in this living room playing that game. I was practically having a Resident Evil gasm.
How do the kicks work in VR?
That's just prompted by a button. There's no foot attachments or anything like that. I thought that, yeah, I'd just literally be sitting there like wow, you know, in the chair, just kicking thin air. But no, it doesn't work. With a lot of the pushing animations, you'll actually exit from Leon, and he'll go through the animation of doing that. But it's really cool because you can get out your knife and slash the barrels, and you know, or you could just go up to them and you basically, it looks like he's kicked it. But yeah, the only thing I'd say with VR is traversal can be a bit of an issue if you get motion sick.
Ooh.
Now, it's only with up and down, and the way to combat that is when you are starting to elevate, squint your eyes, and it sort of takes that effect away. And when you're going up ladders, just close them until you're at the top of the ladder. And little tricks like that do help. But Xell says, "What's happening, dudes? Does someone need demonetizing? Do my people need me?" No, mate. I'd rather you didn't get this one demonetized, because poor Morrow would probably cry. I would too, to be perfectly honest with you. But yes, I would 100% recommend it to anyone who's watching. Resident Evil 4 VR2 is bloody perfect. It's a perfect experience. I can't sell it enough.
I wanted to ask, Games Librarian, you were mentioning earlier the worst QuickTime event in Resident Evil 4?
Jumping out of that bloody minecart.
Oh god, yeah. On for some reason, I think it's broken on PC, where you have to switch it to 30 frames in order to get it to work.
I've never had that on, obviously, because I've played consoles.
Consoles are locked to 30, so it's fine on there. But
yeah, I imagine that would be on the I think the most frustrating ones are the ones where you have to press different buttons.
Well, the fact that they're not the same button press every time either is annoying.
Yeah, yeah, it is, genuinely.
Because I also have the issue. I like the God of War series, the old ones, not this new trash stuff they've been doing, but like the old God of War games. But the QuickTime events ruin it for me, because it's like, okay, they're not the same button presses every time. If it was the same button, at least they could memorize it and I'd be all right. But
yeah. Again, the game's forcing you to concentrate on when you should really be getting a little bit of time off, you know.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for that, Shenmue.
But it's, yeah, sorry, you were saying?
I was just going to say Shenmue, then Resident Evil 4, then God of War. They're all responsible for it.
Yeah, I think even Tomb Raider had it with Tomb Raider Legend, was it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
They were all right because they were just single button presses, but you know, they were still annoying as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think 4 OG could be improved by those two things, but 4 OG moved the franchise in a bit of a different direction.
It did.
What do you guys think of that direction?
I personally didn't love it. I'm not a big fan of first-person shoot. I know they're not technically first-person shooters, but I'm not really a shooter gamer because of, you know, the accuracy that you need.
Yeah.
So for me, I didn't love the change. In the originals, you had an auto aim, so since the combat style was something completely different, and I liked that because I could actually play that.
How
Yeah,
about you?
it was a complete paradigm shift from all the other games before it. It worked for that game, but it wasn't like the Resident Evil I was used to at the time. It was somewhat different. But sometimes changes happen. We can't do all about it, and we just have to accept it, good or bad.
Yeah,
Also, the
sure.
island. I didn't like the island pretty much at all, except the regenerators.
Yeah. Oh, the regenerators were good. They
Yeah.
they
Oh
were
yeah,
they were genuinely sort of freaky.
Yeah.
and then you hit before you see him, you could hear him breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just they honestly sounded like some kind of gremlin on speed. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
But
And
no,
they not only did they have the good sound design, but they were legit tough to deal with if you didn't have the sniper scope.
yeah, they were sponges for ammo. If you
Well,
didn't know,
incendiary grenades worked well again.
yes, yeah, because they were quite broad weapons, weren't they?
But the question is, what was in that moving bag? We may never know.
I'm going with I'm gonna go with just like a half villager or something. So it's half a villager just shoved in a potato sack. It could have been a failed Dr. Salvador for all we know.
Ah.
This is just,
Oh,
or it
that's a
could.
mod I put. That's a mod I put on the Resident Evil 4 remake that I like. Is it gives Dr. Salvador googly eyes.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
it's awesome.
I
It's
would.
awesome.
I'd just be laughing. I'd get my head chopped off immediately. I'd just be pointing and laughing. Yeah, I don't know. Four for me was I liked the game in general. I tended to, when I was younger, I don't know how it is for you guys. I tended to sort of very much like Games Librarian as just says, just take it in my stride when a new Resident Evil game came out. I was quite a naive youth back in the day. And when a new Resident Evil came out, it was just a new Resident Evil. It was like, okay, I've got to get the new Resident Evil and play the new Resident Evil because it's Resident Evil. I didn't
Yeah.
actually get any critical thinking factors to my personality until my mid-20s, really, where I
Good thing
started
you had that before Discovery came out.
Yeah, otherwise I'd just be three sheeps to the bloody wind. But no, I took four in its stride. It is the game I played the most, simply because of the hardware changes. So when the PS3 came out, the GameCube came out, the PS3 came out, it was simply the game you played. I didn't sort of really pay attention to the classic trilogy for quite a number of years. Until Resident Evil went more action oriented with 5 and with 6. Now 5 is its own discussion, but I do just want to mention while it's fresh in my head about 6. And I believe
Good.
I've said this
I have things
before.
to say about that too. So go for it.
Yeah, 6. We had this conversation when I was away, and we did I think we did a Discord chat.
Yeah.
6. I have major problems with 6 because naturally I think Resident Evil fans were going to sort of gravitate towards doing Leon's campaign first, and they were quite deceptive with it in some ways, because Leon's campaign starts out really impressive.
Yeah.
It revisits a Resident Evil trope, but it revisits it and amplifies it somewhat, because I found it to be really very immersive and very atmospheric. And then something weird happens. It goes off the fucking rails
Oh yeah.
and becomes a completely different game.
Yep.
And then I was disappointed. Like, this is where I started to get critical faculties in my in my head. It's thinking, but this isn't right. This isn't Resident Evil. Yeah, there were some cute elements to Leon's story, with the gas station and the police officer and the rookie and all of that. So,
Right.
there was some nice moments. But I played Leon's campaign and I just thought, what was that? Because that to me seemed like, go here, shoot this, go there, shoot that, then go over here and shoot that. And then it became, defeat this enemy, defeat this mutated version of this enemy, then defeat this extra mutated version of this enemy. So
And
it
defeat
really
the giant
stopped.
mutated T-Rex.
Yeah, exactly. And it went on and on and on and on and on. And then I started playing Chris's campaign. And I thought, well, this is just Resident Evil 5 on, pardon the joke, steroids, which
Yeah.
was what Chris was on in the original Resident Evil 5 before they toned him down. But so Resident Evil 6 was to me a bit of a laughingstock. And then, well, I played Jake's campaign, and I was even more disappointed. I didn't think I could get more disappointed. The Resident Evil 6 to me was just a disappointment.
Yeah. That's actually the one I most want to see remade, because I'd be really interested to see what they would do with it. But at the same time, I don't know if I really want to revisit that. It felt like they wanted to throw too many things into a game at one time.
Mm.
Instead of picking a lane and sticking to it, because I like the idea of, hey, you have different campaigns, they're all part of the same story, but you get to see different stuff. That was cool. I was on board with that. But then when you look at the story where it's basically this guy really liked Ada and couldn't have her, so he mutated somebody else to look like Ada, and then that's basically what started it all off, then it's just kind of like, oh god, that's just retarded.
Yeah.
It is.
And what I think that game should have been is, like, I mean, I knew going in, okay, it's going to be a Resident Evil 4 or 5 style game. Fine. Like, I knew that's what I was getting into. I think what it should have been was a way of giving a sense of closure to the original characters. I think it should have been Chris and Jill working together, Leon and either Claire or somebody, or hell, you could have had Chris and Claire. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
But it would have been cool to have like all the classic characters back and work with all of them. Actually, Leon and Ada would have been cool to see working together. But just have all the characters, and that doesn't mean people have to die or anything like that, but just give a sort of sense of closure. Not that their stories don't continue, but just a sense of closure so that you can kind of move on if somebody wants to jump out at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And they already had Sherry, which they could have used as like a building block for a new generation of characters. But then, of course, they ignore that too. But I mean, that's what I feel like that game should have been. I don't know what the villain should have been for something like that, but I just feel like there should have been something like that to give a sense of closure to that era in Resident Evil.
Well, it was the it was going to be the big blowout, wasn't it? For the characters, and it was just a whimper. It was an absolute whimper, and because it was so action oriented, I didn't get the sense that it was a horror game at all. I think it deviated so much that it actually, I've got a lot to be thankful for in that sense, because it awoken something in me that says, no, I don't accept this. I don't just blindly accept something because you say it's Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And then thankfully I took an approach to Star Trek as well. But
yeah. And that's what I thought. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's what I thought with 4. I thought there were good balances between your, except for when you get to the island, then not so much. But there are good balances of, okay, you'd have your intense action sequence, but it'd be a sequence, and then you'd have some slow sections to come down from that, and it would kind of shift back and forth. 6, once it gets started, is just action, go go go, pretty much.
Well, I mean, it's the fact that they were running from the Harrier that fell out of the building.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you've got to run towards the camera like some kind of
Oh
fucking Crash
God.
Bandicoot level, you know.
Here comes the giant boulder.
Get your Wampa fruit.
Chris, run! The boulder's come back for revenge. But it was ridiculous. It was stupid. It was not Resident Evil, but it's amazing actually how popular the game really was. Just not
Yeah.
with Resident Evil fans.
Right.
And I'm not saying it wasn't playable. The entire experience was very playable. The ammo system, the way that worked, the herb crafting system, in itself, it's not necessarily a terrible game. It's just a lousy Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
And I was really disappointed with 6.
Yeah. So I'd really like to see what they would do with the remake of that game.
Imagine you had. I think taking it global was a mistake in terms
Agreed.
of the story, because that's just you close so many possibilities.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying earlier when we were talking about Raccoon City. When it's a smaller town, a smaller environment, you have a chance to care more because you're more invested in what's going on.
But that's where they went with the next installment, and
Yeah.
and in some ways we got what we wanted, but in other ways we didn't.
Yeah.
It's good up to a point. It's 7. And
7,
I
yeah.
guess you know what point that is.
If I was to hazard a guess, it would be the salt mines.
And the boat part.
Yeah, the
That's where
bayou.
it starts to go downhill.
Yeah.
And it was set in the house with the bakers.
Yeah.
I'd love that. So you were dealing with a family of crazy hillbillies that wanted to eat your face or something. But
Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a Resident Evil world. Yeah, I think that was, again, a very different way to take the series, and there was a big risk there, but I think it worked. And I think that was a direct result of playable teaser. That decision was a result of playable teaser of PT.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That Resident Evil became that after PT.
Yeah.
Because PT was 2014, I believe. It was 10 years ago.
I think you're right, yeah.
And suddenly,
the PlayStations with it on are worth quite a lot of cash.
Oh yeah, I had it on mine. I still have the operating system on a flash stick somewhere, which has got PT on it. I might just buy a PlayStation 4, sacrifice it just to have it be a PT PS4. I think eBay actually put a stop to people selling the PlayStations on there with PT
Really?
installed. Yeah, because the people were just making so much money. They were selling them for $2,000. You know, it was nuts. But PT, I think, was the reason for the change to first person and to that experience.
Because and that lost me too, because I'm not a first person gamer.
No.
So that kind of lost me. Plus, then it didn't really follow on with any of the stories of the characters that we liked. They created somebody new, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just, you know, it wasn't something I could get into. So I've never played it. I know they have a third person mod. I know it's kind of jank, but I'll probably try it eventually with that and see how that goes.
I might have fixed that mod by now. It's been out quite a while.
Yeah. Hopefully. And I don't know, like, Capcom didn't come back and do a third-person version, because they did that with Village.
They did. They released. It was a Winter's expansion.
Yeah. So if I ever play Village, yeah, I'm playing it in third person.
Yeah, Village. I mean, Village was again a very different experience. Well, there's a thing with Resident Evil that's gnawing at me, and I have to say it. It's a big problem, I think, and that is the sections that are mandated and are a different play style to the rest of the game. My example, Resident Evil 2 Remake. I will not play as Claire. I have done it. I've gone through both scenarios as Claire. I have done it. I will not play as Claire for the simple fact is I cannot stand the orphanage section.
Agreed. I actually can't stand hers or Ada's sections, but yeah, Sherry's section is awful. I don't like it either.
I don't like a run and a hide scenario in Resident Evil. Leave that to Alien Isolation. That's that. I don't like character swapping. The OG was okay because it was just a short section you could get through with very few problems.
Yeah. Only problem with Sherry was the dogs.
Yes.
That scenario. The zombies weren't a problem because all they wanted to do was puke on her.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a problem with that. Now 4 did it with Ashley. I didn't like it.
Agreed.
Because you're playing a scenario where you don't have any weapons because you're a child, essentially. And all she can do is run.
Yeah, and that's not why I play a Resident Evil game.
Exactly. And it can bring you out. Now 7 had that with the tanker section. Hated that section. It's awful. The Bayou section was awful in Resident Evil 7.
Yep, I agree.
It's fucking horrible. Now, with Resident Evil Village, they did it there as well. However, I'm giving it a pass. I'm letting it slide. Because House Beneviento was probably singularly the most scariest Resident Evil section I have ever played. It was horrible, and I did it on a live stream.
Oh.
Again, I will dig this out.
Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. I will assign one of my channels as a Resident Evil channel. I'll just upload all the game footage I've got. It was fucking horrible because it was so unexpected. I streamed it live on release date, so I was playing it the day it came out, and it was the baby section of House Beneviento and the dolls, and it was so uncomfortable to play. I loved it, but I hated it, and I hate the fact that every time I want to replay that game, if I do choose to replay that game, every single time I need to get past that section to complete the game. And it's the same with Resident Evil 2 Remake. I have to get through that section to play the game. It's the same with Resident Evil 3 Remake. You have to replay as Carlos. Even though you know you can get through it, it's mandated. There's no skip on it. Resident Evil 4 Remake even has it with the Ashley section, but I don't like it, but I know enough about it to be able to do it efficiently. I've done it on professional mode and everything like that, so I'm absolutely fine with it. But when they do that, when they take your ammo and all your items, it's like, don't do that. I've spent time earning that shit, and I've got to get through the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Beneviento that I didn't like is all your ammo's taken, it's all gone, all your stuff is gone, and suddenly you have to run from this giant baby.
They do that in 7 too, don't they? Where they take all your stuff?
That's the Bayou, yeah. The tanker, the oil tanker. They take all. I'm sure they take all your stuff there. Am I right, Librarian?
Yeah. Start out as playing as the other character, unless you're
playing
his daughter. Then you're still as Ethan.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah, because you can leave his missus there if you want and take the daughter.
Yeah,
Your,
you take
but
Zoe,
it don't
can't you?
work. Yeah, Zoe, that's the name.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work. He still turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that was a terrible section. It's just so anti-Resident Evil. It's nuts.
And
Um,
isn't that insane? Like, who would deserve to live the most out of Zoe or Mia? I would say Zoe easily because Mia is I don't know if I can say the word on YouTube, but somebody who large scale causes harm to a lot of people.
yeah.
A witch.
You
Well,
could say witch, yeah, yeah.
she's well, the whole issue with Resident Evil 7 is that narratively it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Narratively it doesn't work because Mia's married to Ethan. Mia goes missing. It's been 2 years. She's probably presumed dead at this point. Ethan gets a message from me, a video message saying, "If you get this message, stay away," or whatever. And then he's called to this in a very Silent Hill fashion. He's called to this residence, I suppose, in Louisiana near a freaking bayou.
Yeah,
And
kind of like Silent Hill 2, how James is called because of a
oh,
letter he gets.
yeah, exactly. And
A Trevor resident.
yeah, yeah,
Because it's built by the Trevor Building Company.
yes, it is, yeah, yeah. Um,
So there's a link.
yeah, there's a link. And yeah, he's gonna go off on his own to this place, drive there on his own. He's told one person that he's going, which is in the intro call, and that's it. And he's going to try and find his wife, who's been missing for 2 years. He finds her.
He doesn't even bother calling the cops either.
It doesn't do anything. And then when there is a cop there, he's like, you hello, you've got to get me out of here. Hello, hello, hello. And the officer meets him around the back and ends up dying. But the officer
I said,
doesn't call
call
for
for
backup.
backup. Call everyone.
Yeah, it's just like I've got this really creepy house, and there's a lot of shit going down. There's this guy who says he's trapped in there. Call for backup.
Right.
So narratively, the game doesn't work. The gameplay is I can't actually replay that game now. I just can't. It's not. It's I've been through it. I've platinumed it. Again, there's another platinum I've got, and I've done my time with it, and I can't go back to it because I find it too unfamiliar.
And we
Yeah.
won't spoil the twist for the people who haven't played it.
No, absolutely. But then you've got Village. Trying to think how I can put this into words. I've tried Village VR. Makes me feel sick.
Oof.
As opposed to Resident Evil 4, which is visually perfect. I get no, like I say, aside from a bit of up and down motion sickness, I don't get any of those symptoms. I play Village, and something's just not right. The scale is slightly off. It's slightly distorted. There's a bit of a grain to it. It doesn't feel right. Anyway, to me, it doesn't work properly. So, but once again, we get this character, this incessantly dull character in Ethan Winters. And quite honestly, what was the point of the character? He was new, sure, but he was really dull.
Yeah. I think he was probably designed to be a player insert, so they didn't want to add any character to him, but I'd rather connect with the character and actually have them have a personality to where I actually like them and want them to make it out.
Well, it's this misconception, isn't it, Reaver, that we somehow want to be in the game.
Exactly.
We don't want to be in the game. We want characters to look up to. We want characters to admire. We want characters to play. We want to play their story, not us in that position. If I want to do that, I'll do VR.
We want to escape our mundane lives and live something exciting from someone else's eyes.
Exactly. I don't want to see a movie where I'm represented as the hero. One, because I'm not a hero, and two, because well, that would just be fucking awkward. No one will.
And I like how you had not a hero in there because that's perfectly fitting since we were just talking about Seven.
Yeah, exactly. Not a hero.
But no, and I could take that in a very a direction that would risk demonetization. So
if you can translate it, then go ahead.
How's the best way to say it? That seems to be part of the push that how can I say it? That seems to be sort of the push of, oh, well, we need to see ourselves in everything. We need to see, less attractive people and everything. We need to see fat people and everything. And it's like, bro, no, like, I don't need to see myself in anything. Like, I mean, the one time I saw it, and I think this is actually how I mentioned it to you that I'm visually impaired, was Strange New Worlds. The one time they actually added a visually impaired character, which that dude grew on me. I forget his name is the Andorian.
He was Hemmer.
Yeah, and then they bloody kill him off, and I'm just kind of like, oh, all right, so much for representation there. But like,
so much for representation. Oh, great. Yeah, you can kill the blind man. Well done.
You still got Geordie.
True, but he never felt blind because he had his visor, so he was just kind of doing his thing the whole time. Like,
I have nothing but respect for the actor because he's seen is that all the time.
Yeah.
It's just like, hang on a minute. Yeah. Where's me cue? Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
No wonder they changed it from the movie.
Yeah, but it's like I don't need to see myself in everything. Like I know who and what I am. I don't. Nobody wants to watch that, and that's cool. Like I don't mind that. Like I don't need somebody representing me in fiction.
Isn't it amazing? Because we've got these things called imaginations, and I sometimes before I go to sleep, I imagine the world of Resident Evil, and it's me in the world of Resident Evil. That's what this is for.
Yeah, Resident Evil, Star Trek, Silent Hill, all those things.
Not this.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, you can have whatever character you fucking want. It doesn't bother me. Make a character up. Have it be a new character. Fine. But don't try and insert me, and don't insult the characters that I love. Don't do them a disservice. You know, Chris in that game was done a massive disservice. And I did check this earlier, I do have a Resident Evil Village review on my channel. It is there and it is public. Okay, it was my first attempt at a different style of review where I actually try and do a review. And I said in that review that once again, it narratively doesn't make any sense. The whole, without going into too much detail, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. If you haven't played the game, play the fucking game. I'm gonna talk about it. The whole thing with the Mia switch and the bait and switch with Mia with the trailer and Chris and what he does, that's fine. But if you're going to convince us that this is Chris Redfield and he's just walks in to Ethan's house, apparently slayed his wife, shot her several times, and then several times more and a few times just for good measure, he's going to steal his baby and then not explain to Ethan what is happening.
I had a huge problem with that.
And then suddenly, there's a crash and Ethan's loose in Europe or wherever it is, and he's got to go through, Castle Demetress to find his daughter who has been dismembered. And
I had a big problem with that too. That made no sense to me.
The whole thing just reeks of nonsense.
Because they didn't need that. Like
mushrooms.
I mean, you're a father, so you can probably write this. They could have done hey, you lost your wife, but your daughter's out there, you got to save her storyline. I mean,
Yeah.
heck, that harkens back to the first Silent Hill. Like, you can do that and have that
Exactly.
work and give you a personal connection to the character.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you can relate to them.
Yeah.
But I've found myself not relating to Ethan at all because, I mean, the whole Ethan. I liked how it tied into the seventh game with the explanation at the end and the story. You know who Ethan
Right.
is, and it explains something of why he's able to survive most of this stuff. But quite honestly, I would prefer they concentrated more on the narrative rather than giving us what they gave us, which was shock value, body horror, and
Yeah.
Lady fucking D, or Lady Double D, as she became known as.
Yeah.
Because once again we're presented with elements of a game that we'd much rather skip because they're just not entertaining.
I was more interested in the storyline with Chris and the BSAA and the BSAA having BOWs. I am at least under the impression that he's left them at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm more interested in that than anything else.
Mm. And once again, we're left with a segment towards the end of the game where we're having to just Call of Duty our way through hordes of vampire werewolves. It's just like, I don't play Resident Evil to do a shoot 'em up at the end. Just
Right.
don't. Why do you have to do that? It's not even tonally in keeping with the rest of the game. So it really broke. I mentioned all of this in my review. Please, I want your opinion on that video, just because it was early days of what I was doing. But I don't want that. I want a Resident Evil experience. And you say, you asked the question, would you like to see more remakes, or would you like to see the series progress? Quite honestly, at my age, I'd like to see the games that I loved given the right treatment and remade and given a second birth, because what they've been coming up with for the main numbered titles within the last 4 years, don't get me wrong, they've been playable and serviceable to a degree, and I
Right.
have gotten enjoyment out of them, but they're not Resident Evil anymore.
Yeah.
And this is what scares me, and I want both of your takes as well with this. This is what scares me as a Resident Evil fan when it comes to Resident Evil 9, because I have heard all sorts.
Open world.
Open world, which would be interesting. Again, it's they're throwing feces at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Pretty much.
Fine. You have to do
I mean,
that to figure out where the best way to go is.
yeah, they did that with the Evil Within 2 to a point, and it kind of worked okay, but I didn't love it because it really hindered the overall experience because you're trying to go save your daughter, and instead, that's another game where you're going to save your daughter, and instead, oh, hey, but I can go off here and do side stuff. That's
Yeah.
Resident Evil's not really meant to generally be a game where you do side quests.
No, in fact, it detracts from the main objective in the game, and it can destroy the atmosphere.
Yeah, and
No,
again, I think it was
brought
done
you
better in
free
that game.
herbs.
Yeah, and I mean it was done better in that game than I think it is in a lot of other games, but still, it still has that problem where it's just like, no, but this doesn't mean anything. This is taking me away from what I'm trying to do.
They had a section in The Last of Us 2. Now, I hate The Last of Us 2 with a passion. I really don't like that game at all. It's a fucking awful example of extreme early wokeism just getting into a game and absolutely derailing it. And Neil Druckmann can go in and just
do one.
Yeah, he can fuck off, basically. I even one of my first ever YouTube rants was about Neil Druckmann, but again, I might just put that on the gaming channel. Fuck it, I'll release it all on the gaming channel. I've got a UK Danger Man gaming channel. I'll put it on there.
There you go.
That Last of Us 2 set off my bad game sense.
Yeah. Yeah. We developed a spider sense with that, and it started to tingle. But yeah, it tried an open world section, and I played it I played that open world section, and it really did sort of detract from what the purpose of The Last of Us was, and I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy the game anyway because it was crap. But
Right.
yeah, the thing that concerns me the most when it comes to 9 is that they are time jumping, and our characters are going to be old. That's what I've heard. And if they do that, I don't think I'm going to be following Resident Evil in terms of new releases, because you have, because the franchise is built on those characters.
Yeah.
And you still have so many more stories you can tell without making them geriatrics.
And that's I can kind of tie this back to God of War, and the games I don't like is when they make the main character of that series old man, and it's just like, look, I turned 45 in a couple days. I'm used to waking up and things hurting that didn't hurt before, or asking myself, okay, which part of my body is going to hurt when I wake up this morning? You know,
and you notice it really doesn't fucking get any better, does it?
no, it doesn't.
In fact, there's something new.
Yeah,
I've had
yeah.
this for the last week, yeah. So I had an ocular migraine, which fucking hurt and made me feel dizzy as fuck. I've knackered a muscle in my leg, so I've got to rest that for a few days, and my back started hurting. It's like, come on, give me a fucking break. You know,
falling apart.
My mom's in her 60s, and she said it does not get better. I was like,
No,
oh, thanks.
It really doesn't.
But it's like, I don't want to play a character that's that. It's like, I lived that for my life. I don't want to play as an old sluggish, character. Like I would like to have seen, and I mentioned this before, I'd like to see closure for Leon, Chris, Claire, Jill, Rebecca, Barry, but a kind of sense of closure where they get retired from everything and then they go off and do their own thing. They still live, but we don't have to see their geriatric years, because you just assume they either die from an illness or they live to be an old age or whatever. Like, that's not this.
Barry had opened shop.
There you go. But like that, I don't want to see those characters. It's I'll tie this in for for your audience, since you start primary Star Trek fan or Star Trek channel. Picard. None of us needed to see old man Picard.
No.
Like, we don't want to see that. Like,
and if we were going to see it, we want to see Picard. Yeah. Not Picard thrown from an explosion 50 feet in front of him that should have killed him and several times over. And we don't want to see action Picard. We don't want to see that. We want to see Picard. You could have done season 1 of we're getting into a tangent here, but I was trying to say you could have had season 1 of Picard where he was an admiral and he was simply there to direct and give orders, and have the young people go off and do the action.
Yeah, and we could tie that back into Resident Evil if they wanted to do Chris as an old man. Fine, same thing. He's a director at whatever organization he's working for, and you're working for him as whatever character you are. I could see that. That I would be okay with. Same with Jill, Leon, whoever. Like, that's perfectly fine, because they're in their element for the age they're in.
A game that sort of did that was Siphon Filter Omega Strain. She had started as a new player, and Gabe Logan was like in charge of the organization.
Yeah, that one didn't work out so well, though.
I know, but for that thing, it's
the concept, I think, would work. Yeah, the gameplay was different, because that wasn't a Vita title, or no,
it was a PS2.
PS2,
Yeah, the biggest problem I had with that one was you don't play a character in the series, you play as a character that you create. So it's kind of like, okay, so in subsequent titles, your character, well, one, they have no lines in the story, so they have no agency, and then they're just not in the later games, because it's a choose your own character sort of thing, which to me, for a narrative driven game series like that, which bring back Siphon Filter, just doesn't work.
Yeah,
it's kind of like if you did that with Resident Evil, same thing. It's like, well, that's great. Now I have my new character, in this, franchise, but they're not going to plan to have them in anything else, because, it's your created character. So
I'm going to say Xenoverse 1 let you transplant your character to 2, but you couldn't actually play as the same character. He just shows up in the story as one of the bosses fight later on.
Oh, weird.
That is weird, and would be mildly disappointing, I would say. I get what you were saying, Reaver, about the you don't want to see we don't want to see geriatric characters, especially ones that we love. But,
Yeah.
and I always felt I hated this decision, and it's a different franchise, but I absolutely hated this decision of Hideo Kojima to do Old Snake.
Yeah.
But what the hell was he thinking with that? I didn't enjoy that at all.
I had my
knows
theory
with
about
Kojima?
that. I think he was just sour because I think now I'm not real well versed in the Metal Gear Solid, so if I'm getting any of this wrong, then I will freely admit I don't know. This is just my guess. But from what little bit I'd heard back in the day, I get the feeling that he was upset because he did Metal Gear 2 and 3, and everybody wanted a follow up. They wanted Solid Snake and Meryl and all those people. They wanted a follow up to that. And I think he was just sour that that's what people wanted. So he's like, all right, well, I'll give it to you, but you're not going to like it, sort of a thing.
It almost out of spite.
Yeah.
Well, I can't speak. Sorry, mate.
I was gonna say the reason Snake was looking so old in them games, body were breaking down due to the fox die.
Yeah, it was aging
being a
him.
clone.
Yeah, and narratively speaking, they explained it quite well. But what I think the problem that fans had, and Reaver touched on it a little bit, but with Kojima, maybe not taking it very well what he did in Metal Gear 2, for example. The fans weren't exactly welcoming to Raiden as a character in that. But I think again we're diverging off Resident Evil again, but
Right.
Resident Evil's impacted so many other franchises.
We go where the conversation takes us.
Exactly.
Indeed.
So Metal Gear Solid was a huge success. It really did make Kojima and Konami in a ton of money, a bucket load of cash, yeah. And it was a hugely successful game, and then it had a sequel. They baited the fan base with, at that point, much more higher def Snake. And again, like I quoted that graphical jump. I got a VHS videotape with a magazine, PlayStation magazine, and I put it in my VCR, and suddenly I was given this Metal Gear Solid 2 gameplay demo, and I'm looking at it and thinking, you can see Snake's facial expressions. That is incredible. I can't believe it. This is PlayStation 2. What the hell's going on? Now,
did you buy Zona the Enders just to play the demo of that game with Metal Gear Solid 2?
Guilty. I still have it. It's upstairs. 100%
I
guilty.
ended up loving Zona the Enders too.
Yeah. But yeah. So he baited the fans and with all the demos and everything, and there was no mention of this other character, none whatsoever. And it turns out that Snake, obviously, is Solid Snake is just this character that you're playing for the first 1/8 of the game.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the game was Raiden, and everybody hated Raiden. Everybody hated. There was such backlash. Kojima got so much crap for it, and yada yada yada. Anyway, so he then goes for Metal Gear Solid 3, which arguably the people call it the best. And Kojima releases this trailer. I'll never forget the trailer where Snake and Raiden are fighting for the main character chair. And Snake wins. But it's not Solid Snake. And we were all confused at the time, thinking, okay, but it's Solid Snake, but it's set in the 1960s or late 1960s. It's set during the Cold War. What's going on? And it turns out it's not Solid Snake. So, yeah, we were pissed off because that's 2 games now where we've had little to no Solid Snake. It's our favourite character. It's the character we want to play. And then he did number 4, but then decided to fucking age Snake. So he's practically a geriatric old man who, and it actually interrupts the gameplay when you're playing as a character and he suddenly has a back spasm. It's like,
oh my God.
Lord of God, what are you doing? And then you're like, well, you've you've subverted our expectations so many times now. We don't trust you anymore. So then he comes out with Metal Gear Solid 5, which was a completely unnecessary game, but the gameplay mechanics were pristine. I fucking love playing that game. I hate the story, but I love playing the game.
Yeah.
And if they were ever to remake Metal Gear Solid, that's how they need to do it.
Let me just say, if I never hear the term subvert expectations ever again, it would be too soon.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I want my expectations met, not subverted.
Yeah.
Fuck you and fuck everybody who wants to do it. Yeah, exactly.
If I'm a paying customer, then give me what I want. If I'm buying a game, a TV show, a movie, whatever, give me what I want.
I enjoy I enjoy bacon and sausage. Okay. That's more likely to get me demonetized nowadays. But I like bacon and sausage. If I buy bacon and sausage and I'm not getting bacon and sausage, I'm going to be upset. If there's an unexpected horse in the checkout area, I'm going to be a little upset. I expect something. I buy something. I expect it to be that way. Now, Metal Gear Solid 5. The Ground Zeroes was fine. It was a nice sort of package, I suppose, of little missions, and it was priced so, and it was an introduction to this new style of gameplay, and I absolutely loved it. I thought Ground Zeroes was great. Then you get to Metal Gear Solid 5. He's changed the name from Tactical Espionage Action to Tactical Espionage Operations. Instantly, I had a problem with that.
Yeah.
Not only did he make it so you had to run your own fucking base, which I hate. I'm there to stealthily kill people and extract people. I don't care how the fucking base is run. I am a grunt. I will do the grunt work happily in a game. But not only that, but also if you were attached to the online services and you didn't play the game for a month, people would come in and rob your base, and you have no resources whatsoever.
Ugh.
That was
wow.
Do you remember the disease as well?
Yeah. It's like, and you come back and everybody would be dead, and you'd be like, "What happened?" The last time I saved this game on my PlayStation, everybody was alive and quite happy with my progress, and suddenly the half the base is gone. It's been strip mined. People are dead, and you're like, "Oh, for the love of God!" You go in a killing spree, and all of a sudden your character looks like Beelzebub because he's got this horn sticking out. You're like, "Oh, this is getting a bit silly now." But then they subverted people's expectations with the fact that throughout this entire game of the Phantom Pain, you were never playing as Big Boss. You were someone who was surgically altered to look like Big Boss. So what was the fucking point of playing the game?
Right.
That's some M. Night Shyamalan nonsense there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Kojima, and we've referenced PT previously. Kojima had a real opportunity to create something genuinely fucking scary because PT scared the freaking bejesus out of me. Then he fell out with Konami and all of that happened. Then he went to Sony, and what's he made? Walking Delivery Simulator.
Yeah.
1 and now 2. Yeah.
They're making it 2?
2 is, the trailer's already out for it. It's been out for a few months now, and it's like, I get what he was trying to do, but I played that game and it was so incessantly boring.
Now he's got a scooter.
And now he's got a scooter, and I can't. It's like, oh, you've got to deliver these packages. So you've got these packages stacked up, and you're just walking over tough terrain. Then you fall over, the packages go everywhere, and then you've got to pick them all back up, stack them back up, and it's like, what are you doing? I honestly think like he's just trolling everybody.
Yeah.
And he's like saying, I'm working with Sony now. I'm just going to create this really sort of elaborate game that really should belong in a modern art museum because it's about as the same quality that you get from a modern art exhibit. And he's just pumped out this pretentious pile of crap and then said, look how wonderful it is. It's about building bridges. Yeah, but we don't play games for the mundane.
Right.
We don't, unless unless that's the game you're wanting to experience. You don't play Metal Gear Solid to run a base. You don't play
No.
Resident Evil to go around and investigate zombie-ridden crime scenes. It's a
Right.
survival horror. It's not a detective story. You can have detective elements in it, but
Sure.
the fundamental core of the game is a survival horror set in a zombie-infested environment. Metal Gear
That actually,
Solid is tactical espionage action. That's what it's always been.
that's what actually reminds me of something I wanted to bring up. Um, I was watching the games librarian. He's doing Resident Evil 1 on the Deadly Silence version.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And this is where I kind of got the idea because you have to solve different puzzles. There was one puzzle and I don't remember which one it was you solve. I started thinking Tomb Raider a little bit. I was like, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. And I started to think, what if, Resident Evil had some elements, not fully becoming a Tomb Raider game, obviously, but had some elements of that. And then I started playing Separate Ways Remake, where Ada's grappling everywhere. And I'm just kind of curious what you think of like adding elements like that into the series.
Separate Ways. I liked. I'm trying not to let it bias my opinion. I liked Separate Ways because it fit Resident Evil 4 into a more complete experience. It's like two halves of a story.
Yeah.
And I liked the way it fit everything that the main story missed. And I'm talking at this point of remake.
Right.
But I asked myself the question when it came to Separate Ways, and I do with a lot of Resident Evil, is does anything that they've added and made different detract from the core Resident Evil experience? And with Separate Ways, in the context of Resident Evil 4, I don't believe that it actually made anything worse.
Okay.
That's pretty much the best I can give you on that one.
I know there's a stretch of like 3 or 4 grapple points in a row, and I mean, for what it was, I thought it was kind of fun just grappling around different things. I wish I wish it wasn't relegated to certain points. I wish you could just do it a little bit more, either freely or maybe more God of War style, where you have the point when you have the grapple point show up, you can just jump up and grapple to it and kind of go where you want. But
in a just cause way.
Yeah. A little more freedom on it, but it's kind of fun doing the grappling hook and then just going everywhere because I don't know if either of y'all played it, but I know the Tenchu series, particularly the first game, is one of my favorites, Stealth Ninja. And I always liked just doing the grappling hook and going different places.
Tenchu was brilliant back in the day.
Yeah.
My friend had it. I never owned it, but my friend had it and lent it me, and I loved it. It was great. Not enough to buy it, of course, because money back then was not as abundant as it is now, and even now it's not very abundant.
Right.
But no, I enjoy when I like that they try, and I like that they innovate, and I like that they test out new features. It's just if you're gonna do that, do it in a sub-series like Revelations.
Yeah.
Do it something off the main reservation. Because generally speaking, your mainline titles are your bread and butter.
Yeah.
Your offshoots are the place for experimentation.
Yeah, and if they find something that works that they want to incorporate more, great. But not everything's going to work. Like I didn't love how I didn't love all the vehicle sections in Resident Evil 6, for example. I
Oh,
could have dealt
God.
without that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I don't need driving in Resident Evil.
The bike chase, for example, in 5 was just infuriating with the guns overheating and Sheva just not shooting
Oh
anything.
God, yeah.
And then you shoot in the boarded up trucks. It's like, where do I shoot? I'm trying to shoot here, but my gun's overloading. Oh God, it's overloading. And they're throwing Molotov cocktails, and the vehicle can't take any more stress. It's like, and then he's going around corners. So you're busy shooting, and then suddenly
Yeah.
he's going around corners and saying, hang on, and then you've got to quick time your way out of it. Yeah.
And that's such a silly mechanic that they did around that time. Oh, you have these guns, but they overheat. It's like, well, then that doesn't make this fun to do at all.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It makes it.
Yeah, give me the never-ending firing machine gun.
There you
It's
go.
a video game. It don't have to be realistic.
I say,
Exactly.
give me the Gatling gun. Yeah, the Gatling gun, which never ran out and never overheated. You know, a
Yeah.
rocket launcher. Just give me something that makes it fun.
Exactly.
And I can use Just Cause as an example. I don't know whether you've ever played the Just Cause games. They are
I've
just
heard of it, but never played it.
they are
I have.
mindless fun. They're just
Cause
mindless
rampage
fun.
and destruction.
It is, yeah. It's a destruction simulator that plays a bit like Grand Theft Auto and Iron Man at this point. But it's a great. I like Just Cause 2 and I like Just Cause 3. I like those games because the freedom that you have to do things and the fun that you can have with the grappling system and the funny things you can do with people and the ways that you can cause chaos and damage. It's great. There's a lot of fun to be had. Now, in both 2 and 3, whenever you hijacked a helicopter or a plane or a jet or any thing with weapons, those weapons were infinite ammo.
Yeah.
And it was that simple. It was a case of, we don't care about accuracy. You want to go and have some fun, blowing shit up. Go and do it. Blow the all the red banded stuff up, because it's a carnage game, and that's what it's designed to be. And then they released Just Cause 4, and that's where they completely lost me. Completely, because they took away infinite ammo on any vehicle that you hijack. They took away the fun. They once again made it about controlling rebel forces, and you've got to assign them here and assign them there. It's like, no. That's not what I signed up for. That's not what this game is about. That's not what Just Cause is about. Stop fucking changing it. Stop trying to change the way it is. I'm not going to stick a Resident Evil game in, and then make my way to the Raccoon City racetrack and drive a car and race in a race. That's not what I'm there for. So don't try and change it. I don't understand why they try and fundamentally change the whole point of a game. Why people go. Do your market research.
Yeah, and in this zombie apocalypse, faces will continue on as usual.
Yeah.
Suddenly it turns into Carmageddon, but I think it's
or Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal, yeah, even better. But no, I think that I think if you don't stick to the core of what you have, even if it's a limited franchise, and I use this example as like Terminator, for example, which is what I call it a limited franchise, because the whole basis of the story is, and what made Terminator the story so niche was it was the fact that a machine travels back in time to kill the leader, a future leader of the resistance of mankind, to quell all resistance and stop everything from happening. That's your core plot line for the film. If you then deviate from that and try and make offshoots of that, where you've got, I don't know, you've got Salvation, where it goes off into a, which is, I think, in itself a very good film, where it tells the story of the future. But if you take Terminator off the title, it's essentially just generic futuristic action film set in a post-apocalyptic era. And much in the same way, That's what I call a limited franchise. You can't really do much more with it than tell the same story over and over again. With Resident Evil, it's not a limited franchise. You can take it in so many different ways, so many different directions. Hell, you could essentially copy and paste the original trilogy as many times as you want and have Raccoon City Survivor stories.
Right.
And you don't need to change the mechanics, because the mechanics we are used to. We're used to being able to having to go through doors as loading screens, not so much on the PC, but we're used to that format, starting somewhere and going through, making your way, solving puzzles, and you can do it as many times as you want, and you could create Resident Evil 15 and have it as, it's another survivor from Raccoon City, and as long as you can tell these little stories within this world that you've created, you could go on and on and on and on and on, making the same game over and over again, but with different stories, and you wouldn't need to change any of the features, and people would buy it.
Yep.
If it was episodic, people would buy it. It would work.
Yeah.
And instead, what they seem to be doing is just throwing different things out there. Meanwhile, taking Resident Evil in a direction that, and this should be very telling for Capcom, because if they're doing the market research right, they should know that the remakes are becoming more popular than the new stuff. And if your remakes are becoming more popular than your new stuff, that should tell you something about where people want Resident Evil to be.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but I don't think they want open world.
No, I wouldn't say open world is anything that Resident Evil would benefit from at all.
No. Survival horror works when it's a short, tight experience, not when it's this bloated, empty open world where there's nothing in it, because that's always how open worlds end up being.
Well, The Last of Us is a testament to that, because you try and find anything in an open world Last of Us segment, you can't explore. There's nothing fun about it. You're just seeing a hell of a lot of bush and greenery, and you're not able to find anything because there's nothing to find.
Yeah.
You try and find anything in GTA, you're not going to do it. They've taken all the fun out of Grand Theft Auto.
Yep.
In my opinion, they've made it far too open world and far too. There's just nothing interesting to do. You're not going to be able to do it. So making Resident Evil open world is just going to completely take away from what makes Resident Evil great.
Oh yeah.
Indeed. I agree.
And you would think they would have learned this with the backlash from 6.
Yeah.
But clearly, by what you're describing with Village, it sounds like that didn't happen.
No. They jumped the shark a little bit, I think. They did well with Beneviento, the House Beneviento.
Yeah.
That was almost a Silent Hill-esque moment, with a Resident Evil veneer. And it was very, 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 very effective. And I will say that the Winter's expansion pack, with the daughter, I always forget the name now.
Not Mia, that's the
Rose.
wife, right?
Rose.
Yeah, with Rose, the Winter's expansion pack with Rose's, they go into the Beneviento section again. And I can honestly say that they upped it and they beat it.
Oh, with them creepy dolls that will only chase you if you're not looking at them.
The Resident Evil versions of the Weeping Angels, for crying out loud. That was more uncomfortable to play than the giant baby section.
That actually reminds me of Survivor with I don't think you can take damage from an enemy if you're not looking at them.
Yeah. It's just, it's kind of like that. I hadn't thought about it that way. But no,
I'm not looking at you. You can't stab me with your giant claws.
yeah,
Yeah.
If I don't see it, it's not there. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
That's
no,
my approach to modern Star Trek.
well, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But no, it struck me as really, really, it was really cool that they were able to one up themselves and do something that was that surpassed it in terms of its effect on people. But the point I will make with that is what they did is essentially sidestep. They didn't one up it, they sidestepped and created something very different, but equally as disturbing. But it wasn't the same kind of horror. They sort of changed horror genres in some respects, because the giant fetus was horrifying to look at, creepy to listen at, and awful to run away from and hide. It was just awful.
Wasn't there some undertone with that as well? She had a miscarriage.
Yeah, there was some, and like I say, that I think there are moments in Village that I think are really clever. And I'm not dishing the game, the narrative too much. It's just there are some real problems with the way things happen. But with the Winter's expansion pack and Rose's journey through the Billy Viento house, it's much. I would say it's more jumpy than anything else. It's creepy in a different way. So yeah, maybe I don't think they one upped it. They sort of sidestepped it and made it equally as scary.
There's some. I don't know if you noticed at the end of that, well, the part where you're playing as Rose, when she like gets off that bus and this walking down the road.
Yes. Yeah.
It's because someone did the off-camera thing and zoomed in on the character, and it's definitely in.
I think it was Boundary Break, wasn't it? Or was it?
Yeah.
No, it was either Boundary Break or I want to name his channel because it's really good. Slippy Slides. Slippy Slides is brilliant. Yeah. He's really good. And yeah, he showed that as well, that it is in fact Ethan. But I don't like the time jump. Why do we have a time jump? I mean, is it a time jump, or is it just a really quick aging because she's essentially molded?
Mushroom baby.
Yeah.
Springs to life quicker than you think. So I mean,
I think it is actually a time jump because she was on about going to school and all that.
Yeah, I hope it's not. I'd rather it not be a time. I don't like the time jumps.
It's already bad enough when everything sticks to the years that we're actually in, because when you look at it, we got Resident Evils 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica, and Survivor all take place in 1998.
Yeah.
So all that stuff happens in 98, and then we get nothing, unless you count Dead Aim, we get nothing until 2004 or 5, whenever 4 takes place.
Yeah.
And 0 also in 98. Yeah. And it's kind of like, I'd like to have known what happened in those years. And then after 4, it's pretty much, well, I guess we get Revelations, which takes place after. And then we don't get anything for a few years until 5. And it's just kind of like, but I'm sure there are stories to be told in those missing years, especially considering not all our favorite characters appear in every game.
Yeah. And the only thing, again, that fleshes some of that out is them Chronicle games. Even though I think I like good shooter, because you like see Leon's training with Krauser.
Yeah, you do. Okay. Yeah, you do. Yeah. They are good to play, and you can play them with a normal controller. It's just obviously it's all first person and pointing and shooting and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing you could do, I suppose, is just pop onto YouTube and find the story videos. But
I've done a full let's play of both games. I put them in chronological order of when I thought events were going on.
Yeah,
It's a long Let's Play too.
Yeah, I'll have to give that
2 games.
a look. But I think, again, if you look at the... See, what I think Capcom should do is, like I was saying earlier, they can fill in the blanks. They can tell some other stories. They could make a series, a separate Resident Evil series, separate to the mainline games and the remakes, and they can do all of this in the style of classic Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And they could tell these stories, these
Tell us
fill in
that.
the gaps. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they could start that. They could do a several game series telling about the fall of Umbrella.
Yeah, exactly. And they could do that, and with practically no budget.
Yeah.
Because
look at all the indie games that come out now that
people are doing it for free. People are doing it for no cost at all. They're creating Resident Evil style games, and Capcom could make a freaking million. They could mint themselves doing that because people would buy them. Certainly our Irk and everything. They would buy these games because we're still playing games. We're all playing games. We would buy them. We would play them. You do Let's Play videos. I do reviews. Fucking just they take a year to make max, because there'd be still backgrounds. You could even use real locations. It wouldn't matter. Take pictures and because Resident Evil games are so easy for experienced people to create, there's still backgrounds, and they just have to model the character running through them.
Yeah.
Do that. Minimal budget, minimal spend, maximum return.
Yeah.
One I would highly recommend to the viewers to try out is Entertainment. It's really, really good.
It's a fan-made mod, basically telling a story before Resident Evil 1. It is actually quite cool.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not that familiar with mods. You guys will are more than happy to talk about mods. I don't know mods because PC was never my platform, my chosen platform. So mods to me, I don't know enough about installing mods, running mods. I don't have the setup for it as much as I wish I did. And PC gaming's never really been my thing, which is why I would love some mods for consoles, but that's just never going to happen. Sony and Microsoft, they pretty much just put a stop to anything like that immediately, because they have the trophy system, because they have, it's all quite a self-contained sort of thing. But
never minding that some people don't care about trophies.
Exactly. Now, I would just create a separate account where I couldn't give a shit about trophies.
Yeah, pretty much.
That would be it, and just let us have some fun with the game.
So what it is somebody took the was it the Resident Evil 2 engine?
Some parts of it are, some parts of it aren't. It's a bit of a mishmash. But most of the games in Resident Evil 1 areas, but it does have several unique places.
You get to go outside the front door. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but you actually get to go outside the front door and walk around in the woods a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can run into the Elliptic Express.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I think they took the stuff from the N64 prototype.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, because you're the ones who actually, bit of spoiler, you actually set it off moving.
Oh.
Okay.
By the distraction. So that must have been there when Rebecca was getting on or something.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
That I liked that, you see. Again, what's stopping Capcom from doing that?
Yeah.
Like an addendum series to flush it out a little bit, or flesh it out a little bit. That's just it would be so cheap to do, and they just make bucket loads.
Like, you've got your new character you're playing in that, but he's not alone when he comes in. He's with Hunk.
Resident Evil Chronicles. There you go.
Yeah.
Resident Evil Chronicles. You could just release a game every year, just in the old style. You know, fucking make people get used to tank controls. Guys,
Yeah.
could you just cover the stream for a moment? Again, it's been a while. I need it.
Yeah, I need to do that too, but I'll wait till you get back.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
I was literally just about to say, hey, I need to be back a second. You beat me to it.
All right. Now the stream is ours.
But
Okay.
yeah, I could absolutely see something like that work.
Oh yeah, I'd happily play the original style games, even new stories. So I love it
Yeah.
that much.
Well, I was on that playthrough. I didn't. Yeah, I was on that playthrough. I didn't even notice that that's what you do is actually start that train moving to connect with Zero.
Yeah, because you need it to get rid of those umbrella guards to
That's
get
cool.
to that area.
Yeah, that's really cool.
But that's definitely the Elliptic Express.
Yeah. And that's a series of mods. The guy that did that one, he's the one that also did the Marvin mod.
Yeah, Adrian
which
Watkin.
is you play the events before Leon and Claire or Jill even get to the RPD as Marvin, and they throw in cut scenes from was it the Outbreak games?
File 2. Is that File 2, I believe?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was so cool how they put that together.
But I think Containment still has a bit of work to do because there is an alternate route you can go on the last mission that isn't quite ready yet. So I don't know when that's going to be finished. But when it does, I will go back to it and map out this alternate route.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see. I mean, that guy's just doing that stuff for free. Now, granted, he's doing them in the old PS1 style, like look and everything, but yeah, he's just doing that stuff for free, as far as I know.
And I do like the little Silent Hill reference he has at the ending.
Oh yeah.
What it is for the viewers, but there's a little reference there if you can spot it.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I'll
those projects are
you
made
later
out of
about
love.
that
But yeah, those projects are definitely something made out of love. And that's not something we usually get in modern big corporations who are just trying to crap out a product.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would agree, because I'm someone on this channel, obviously, who is always telling people fan-made projects are the ones with the most love.
Yeah. Right. Now I will return.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Yeah, fan-made projects always come from a place of love. You're not going to get a fan who's going to create something and then make it shit. That you're not going to have someone who's going to create something, chuck it out there in the public eye, and do a really bad job. They're going to do the best job that they can do. Why? Because they love what they're doing. Fans come from a place of love. They always do. That's why they're fans. And one of the biggest problems, I think you'll agree, Librarian, in modern times, is that these corporations have lost the notion of the customer always being right.
Yes, especially Nintendo. I hate fan projects. There was one I was following for 10 plus years. It did actually get a release, and 3 days later, Nintendo quashed it, but it did make it out there on the internet. So it was called another Metroid 2 remake, AM2R, which I have played, and other fans have took it up to update the game and make it a little bit better. But
sort of following on where he left off.
Yeah, I can understand though why they did quash it, because they had their own remake in the works, which came out the following year. But I would have give that guy money. Said, look, release this on the DS, and we'll give you a cut of the profits since you put in all the hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were saying earlier, Capcom did that with Resident Evil 2 remake and Invader Studios. And I think that goes a long way. You're always gonna have a fan base that will create something. They'll especially with how technology is advancing now. I mean, just look at the stream, for example. I've gotten a status thing down in the corner, a condition thing, which is an animation that I've made. And I've got a logo for Resident Evil. I've got a stream background. This is all done on a freaking laptop.
Yeah.
So why fans have now got access to all these different software that they can create these projects with, and they can. It's all, we were saying earlier, it's all done from a place of love. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. They're not getting paid for it. It's a passion project.
It is.
Aside from the glorious Maro Botta, I'm not doing this for money, for super chats or anything. I'm doing this because I love Resident Evil and I love talking about it.
Yeah.
I care. So when corporate doesn't give a flying crap, it shows. No. And it hurts.
Yeah.
Corporate's just out to make money and screw over anyone who goes against their ideals. When it don't work, they'll go, why are we losing money?
Well, the frustrating part is if they hire people who are talented at whatever they're making, but also care about the source material, they can have a good product and still make money.
Mm.
Like, nobody's saying they shouldn't make money, but give people a good product too. And don't crap on people who are trying to make fan-made projects to show their love for something.
Yeah. One of the best games I played in recent years was that RoboCop Rogue City. And that was made by a AAA developer. It was made by a group called Teon.
Mm.
Now, they've had a bit of a shaky history with video games, but the last two they've made really took off for them. So they also did that Terminator Resistance.
Mm.
And you could see the love for the franchise in them two games they had, because I think they actually put more thought into it and effort than a AAA developer would have.
Well, RoboCop surprised me because I've played about an hour of it so far, because it was an experience that I wanted to savor. Because there's a good friend of mine who doesn't ever appear on the internet, and doesn't want to either because he just hates social media. He's a really good friend of mine though, and we've been friends for fucking hell, nearly 20 years now. And he is a fan of movies, cinema, games, and music. And he's actually responsible for my outro card for the music in that, that song. Okay, so and he donated that. He donated use of that song to me, and so it's now my channel theme. He loves RoboCop. Okay, he convinced me to spend I believe about 80 quid on the Criterion Edition DVD for RoboCop, which I have on this unit next to me.
Ooh.
The Criterion Edition is the original theatrical release, uncut and uncleaned. So nice. It is the original as it showed in the cinema. Each piece of dust, grain, floor, everything. It is the original.
That would make a good
just
movie
to let you know, I'm browsing Nexus mods right now. They have a mod voice for somebody. I guess Anne. Was that your partner? Where they're trying to make it more movie accurate. So I guess they had a different voice actress.
Yeah, because they had a different actress. But is it Peter Welker came back for RoboCop in that?
Huh? But yeah, they have a mod for that. So just to let you know that exists.
Yeah, and I think that basically, long story short, he loves his RoboCop. He's even got a replica of RoboCop's gun. Okay, he loves it.
Ooh, the Auto 9.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew this was going to be a thing.
And I messaged him and I said, look at this. This is RoboCop, the game. And he goes, what? I've never heard of this, and he got really excited. He says, I have to see this. So I've put off playing the rest of the game until I can get over to his and we can sit and play it together. But I said one thing that's really, 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 really impressed me is the character models. Because we're talking about a film from, what was it, the late 70s, early 80s. I believe it was, wasn't it? It was
I think 80s.
Early 80s, yeah. So it's around the time I was born. And the character models are based on those characters from that movie. And they look fucking near perfect. And it is a
1987.
It is a real testament to love, care, and attention going into making something like a RoboCop game.
Yeah, you could also add, from what I've seen from Xell, the Star Trek Online game seems like something made out of love too, from all the different stuff he showed me from that.
Star Trek Online, I believe, is being held together by Xell. it's being promoted and spread, and the love has gone far and wide because Xell has talked about Star Trek Online. He loves Star Trek Online. He lives Star Trek Online. I myself, I'm trying my hardest to get into it because it's something that I want to get into.
It's a time investment, though.
It's a time investment, and that's where I have the problem. I'm all right if I can pick up a game and then put it down within the time frame that I've got.
Star Trek Online is massive.
It's massive. It's vast.
Galaxy to explore.
Yeah, and it's okay if you say, right, okay, so give me a list of missions and take me to that mission. If I could do that, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's it's using the interface, it's finding the missions, exploring the world. That's all fine.
Travel to the mission.
Yes, travel to the mission, and I'm sort of like,
travel time.
if you're starting out in the game, it can be frustratingly slow.
I think it can take at warp about maybe 25 minutes to cross.
By which time your free time is gone.
Yeah.
yeah, and you're like, oh, I've run out of time now. And it's kind of like that thing where you fire up your PlayStation and you get ready to play, I don't know, Call of Duty, which I don't play anymore, but you get ready to play Call of Duty and it says, oh, it's time to update. Call of Duty update. And it's a 26
gigabyte.
Yeah, it's a 26 gigabyte update, and you're on an 80 megasecond dial-up modem. Might as well be, and you're like, I guess I'm not playing now, fellas. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's
the worst.
So yeah, I think that Star Trek Online is a superb game, and I really want to get into it. It's just I have to find the time. Right now, and I don't have the time. What with 4 children, family, job, and a YouTube channel, live streaming, video creation. I'm like Clayton Rumley in that sense. I have too many things going on and not enough time to do them. And I'm one of those people that I don't plan to do anything. I'm not a forward planner. My wife is, and it drives her bloody nuts that I don't like to forward plan. And it's a bit contradictory because I don't like to forward plan, but I like to know if we've got anything planned. Because if we don't have anything planned, I can set time aside up here to invest in a project, to invest in playing a game, to say, right, okay, I've got a few hours free. This day, I know I can sit down and play a game, or I know I can sit and create a video, or I know I can set up a live stream. I like that kind of structure in my life, but I don't like
being the one to make the plans.
I'm incapable of being that person. I don't have it in me. I can't make plans. That's why I leave it up to my wife, and she
There you
like
go.
how she's still married to. I don't know why she's still married to me. But you know, she does a wonderful job and all of that. But yeah, I my time. I have to pick my moment, and if I'm gonna fucking play a game, I need it to be nice and easy for me to go in. And then in some ways, I with my kids, we used to, not so much anymore. We used to play Fortnite as a family because it was easy just to pop into a match, have a match, come out,
Yeah.
and the kids loved playing it, and it was a nice family bonding experience. It's sort of samey and generic and whatever. You can say what you want about it, but it's an easy play because you can say, right, we've got, I don't know, an hour before we have to go out. Who wants a game of Fortnite? Okay, let's pop on, and before you know, within 30 seconds you're in a match and you're on your way. It requires very little investment, but if I'm going to invest in a game, invest my time in a game like RoboCop or like a Resident Evil, I want to be able to pick it up, get into the game, and play the game.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Have
Yeah.
it be as easy and as fluid an experience as possible.
Don't give me
Yeah.
30 minutes of combination of cutscenes and walkie-talkie segments and you can't do
Metal
everything
Gear
you're going to
Solid
do in the
4,
game.
Metal Gear
Yeah.
Solid 4, 1
Metal
hour
Gear Solid 4
cutscenes.
was just insane.
Now watch this cutscene for the next hour.
It was 20 minutes of gameplay to half an hour of cutscenes.
God, that must have been a nightmare to do Let's Play, especially if the Let's Player back then didn't talk during cutscenes.
Jesus, you imagine that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I've done a 24-hour gaming stream, and I could easily play Metal Gear Solid 4 and cover the entire time.
Oh, this one's gonna cutscene for an hour. Get an hour's nap in.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but they were sneaky with Metal Gear Solid 4 because they had a platinum trophy achievement for watching all the optional flashbacks within the cutscenes. So you had to watch them and press the button at the time to get the flashback, and it registered.
The loading screens where he's just smoking a cigarette.
As a smoker, and I do smoke, but I'm not like a heavy smoker. I was during that game because every time he lit up, I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, I want to light up now." And then they released the patch that allowed you to install the entire game in one, which I thought was really nice of them. If they could release a patch to skip all the cutscenes, that would be amazing. Do you remember playing? There was one game that was utterly chronic, and it was incredibly guilty for being an incredible game and an incredible concept, but giving you absolutely no control of skipping any kind of cutscene whatsoever. And that was the Order 1886.
Oh.
The Order 1886 was a superb game. It was PlayStation 4, and it was a superb game. Brilliant. In so many ways, it was amazing. And you could not skip any cutscenes. What made it worse is on a new game plus or a second time round, you still could not skip any cutscenes.
Yes, we worked hard on these cutscenes, and you will watch them.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it. That's what it felt like. So yeah, that was not cool what they did. Especially when they wanted to get a platinum and that required multiple playthroughs. I'm not sure. God. Yeah, I think I have platinumed it. I'm fairly certain I've got a platinum trophy for it, but it was, and the game was really short. It was only 4 hours long. For a full price AAA game, being 4 hours long was chronic. But the game itself was good. It was really confusing. But yeah, not good. unskippable cutscenes, because cutscenes with any kind of interaction to me is a no-no. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, we've discussed Resident Evil games. Do we want to do the side, the B games, or do we want to try and venture into the films?
Oh God.
Pick the
I would
lesser
say
of two evils.
I would vote B games.
B games.
Easy.
Yeah.
I don't.
Let's go, Gaiden.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the movies, we to be fair, I think we should do a collaboration and do what we discussed when I was away, and put something together to cover the movies and the TV shows. What do you think? And the narrative creation, because we had that conversation, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about ideas for what we would do with Resident Evil TV series.
I think we should do that on a separate thing. What do you think? And
Yeah,
cover the
definitely a
B
separate
games.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. Okay, so B titles. Being as though he's so keen to discuss it, go ahead, Games Librarian, take us through Resident Evil Gaiden.
Yes, well, it's the Resident Evil game that takes place on a boat
On a boat.
with Barry Burton.
Yeah.
And it was on the Game Boy Color. I remember I just saw it. It's like, ooh, Resident Evil game here on the Game Boy. I got a Game Boy. Yeah, I'll give this a try. It was different. The combat, yes, there's this little bar that moves up and down, and you have to get the bar in the middle of this thing to hit the enemies. Oh my goodness.
And don't forget the soundtrack.
I have played Gaiden on emulation, and it is painful.
Yeah. There was one project, but it's got cancelled. That was working on the remake of it using Resident Evil 2's engine.
Nice.
It looked really good, but then it got shit canned. So
yeah, there was that. There was also Survivor. They were going to do an old a fixed camera angle style Resident Evil Survivor one as well.
Oh, that would have been great.
yeah, that's Survivor was most using the assets from Resident Evil anyway.
Yeah.
Although they looked a bit distorted and out of place, stretched.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, most definitely.
Ah yeah. Ooh.
See, there have been some Resident Evil poopers, some stinkers, some smelly ones.
I mean, I would still play Survivor over 6 any day.
Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't played 6 in years, and I think the only reason I went on it, there may have been once actually in the last couple of years. I went on it just to remind myself. Every now and then I have to do this just to remind myself that it's as bad as I remember.
Yeah.
Because again, I want to be a very forgiving fan, and I want to give it a chance, and I want to like it. I want to like Resident Evil 6, but I can't bring myself to do it because it's not Resident Evil.
Yeah, I played Leon's campaign in 2012, and then I think it was 2015 or 16. I was like, all right, I got to see what Chris's campaign is like.
Yeah.
So I popped it in to do it, and because I thought I'd played a few more modern games at the time. Since then, I thought, okay, maybe I'm just not used to that style of game. You know, I played a few other things. Maybe I did not like it.
No.
God.
No, it wasn't good. It wasn't good, and you know, Resident Evil Resident Evil's been ported so many times to so many different platforms. I even think they ported Resident Evil 4, attempted to port Resident Evil 4 to mobile gaming, which was a disaster. It didn't work.
No.
So Resident Evil's had its fair share of poopers, but it's also had its B titles, which, funny enough, Code Veronica it was supposed to be a sequel, but it wasn't. But it didn't end up that way. It actually the Resident Evil 3 Nemesis obviously became the sequel.
Yeah.
That's because they had contractual obligations with Sony for 3 mainline titles.
Yeah, and that's I'm happier that it ended up that way because I quite like Resident Evil 3. But I wanted Code Veronica. There's only one thing I wanted from Code Veronica, and that was different difficulty settings.
Yeah.
Because I found Code Veronica to be really hard to enjoy because it was actually quite a very hard Resident Evil to play.
The problem with Code Veronica, because I've grown to really like that game in the last few years after the last time I played it, is there's specific things you have to do in specific ways that you have to play the game, which I don't like. I like having the freedom to do whatever I want to do in a game.
Yeah.
But it's like if you don't manage your inventory the right way early on, you can end up screwing yourself. Now, by the end of the game, you're swimming in ammo. You have a ton of ammo for days. But in Claire's first half of the game with Claire, you got to be very careful what you use when, because it can be rough otherwise. You got to make use of that knife whenever you can. And I don't like that unforgiving. Oh, well, if you made a mistake with your inventory way back in the prison, well, now you're out of luck.
Yeah. Oh, you left that fire extinguisher and didn't fill it up again.
Yep.
Screw you out the Magnum.
Or I do think it's funny, and I've had trouble with the tyrant fight on the plane as well. But if you know what inventory to take, what ammo to use, it's actually pretty easy. It's just, why would you know that?
Yeah. Make sure you use them biogas rounds there, because I remember watching Jimmy Phil's Let's Play of that, and he was gonna save the biogas for Nostradamus, but that doesn't work against him. He's immune to it.
Yeah, no, you use all 3 of those. You get 3 in the game. It's all in one pack. You use all 3 of those against them, and then you shoot them with about 4 or 5 explosive arrows, and that weakens them enough to where you can just down them in one hit with the I'm not sure what it is used to push them out of the plane.
Explosive crate on a rocket rack. And if you look very carefully, you can see TJ in the background.
TJ?
The little rat that you can find its diary of in the bonus game. Follows you.
Yeah, so so anyways, if you know what you're doing, it's fine, but if you don't and you're just playing the game, it's very unforgiving.
I found that.
That one puzzle at the end that can instantly kill you if you're not fast.
Oh, that thing with that giant concrete block that slams down?
Yeah, I hate that. I'm always
well, you don't have a save before that either, so that's pretty rough.
Yeah, that was a bastard move.
No, you're not wrong.
I would say if they remake Code Veronica, definitely take that out.
I would just say make it more accessible. And I'm not saying make it easy, but give us the option at least to play it. Resident Evil 4 did it. Resident Evil 4 actually cut quite a lot of the extra little routes that you had to do on the varying different difficulty levels. Why not? I mean, because it was weird because I first played Resident Evil 4 majority on easy because I wanted to enjoy the game, and I like to do that. I will always start the game on easy and work my way up to more challenging levels because I've already got the enjoyment out of the game. I can then get frustrated with it and rage quit if I need to,
Right.
But that's why I always start on easy. So yeah, my early streams were quite dull because I always picked easy. So I did that with Resident Evil 4,
Yeah.
and I enjoyed the game and played the game and everything. And a couple of years later, when I was bored of it being so easy, I went on to normal, found it quite challenging. But then, to my surprise, it diverted me into areas that I'd never seen before.
Yeah, I was confused by that. I let's played OG4 last year, and I was used to the normal version of the game because I'd always played it on PS2, which I don't think has a difficulty selection unless you unlock the harder modes. And I get to these parts, I'm like,
yeah.
And I'm like, why are these areas unlocked, or why are these areas locked off? What the heck?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so bizarre. It's so weird. And it wasn't until was it when I bought it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't until the HD remaster that I bought on PlayStation 3 that I actually played on normal. I never played normal on the PS2 version or the GameCube version. So yeah, what I'd like to see from Code Veronica is that option to make it a little bit more accessible and a little bit more, a little bit more balanced as a game.
Yeah, a little less punishing. Where if you have, oh no, you have to use a couple of rounds from good ammo, you're not feeling like you're out of luck now because you needed it for something else later.
Yeah, absolutely.
And make sure you get as many zombies as you can get near one of them explosive barrels. That saves you a lot of bullets.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
but it was.
But I do still.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, but I do still really like the game, and now that I understand it better, it's not that big of a deal. But I can easily see where somebody's gonna have a problem with that if they don't know.
Yeah, and I tend to if I'm not feeling it with a game, I switch it off.
Yeah,
it's really that simple. It's PlayStation Plus for all its faults. It has given me a little bit of a better filtration system when it comes to games because it gives you your monthly games, you own them and they're absolutely fine. But a lot of it's just try before you buy.
Yeah.
A lot of the premium stuff, and it does give you the opportunity that if you really like a game, and it gives you that test to see if you want to buy it, because it's not going to stay on the network forever as part of the package. Now, there's actually very few games that I have brought based on the PlayStation Plus try before you buy. Because it gives it enables you to have a test of the game and then just say, nah, I just don't think I'm going to enjoy that. And I think I found the older that I've got, the less forgiving I am with modern games, because if I don't start getting enjoyment soon enough, then I switch it off because it's not going. I'm not going to find enjoyment from it.
Yeah.
And Code Veronica, when I first played it, was very much like that for me. It was like,
I can see that.
I'm not enjoying this. I'm not enjoying this Resident Evil experience because I'm not feeling that I'm being respected enough.
Well, your first encounter with like 5 or 6 zombies, all you have is a combat knife.
Yeah, you're defenseless. There's no way to beat them without getting hurt.
Yeah.
It's just.
And now, granted, what they also don't tell you is the knife in that game is actually a lot better than the knife in 1, 2, and 3. They don't tell you that, but it is actually a lot better. But it's still, you're going to get hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the control system being the way it is, and I think one of the best features that they they introduced to it. Certainly, if you think about the four first main games, not Resident Evil 4, but 1, 2, 3, and Code Veronica. One of the best things they ever introduced in terms of a control scheme or a control feature was in Resident Evil 3 when she just automatically ran upstairs. I fucking love that.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. I thought, why do I have to walk up to a set of steps and then press a button to go up them? And Jill was just able to move up a flight of stairs, and Code Veronica didn't have that.
Took it out.
Took it out, or it was not instigated yet. It was just a case of, okay, I need to walk to this or run to the stairs, and the character's just still running like that before you hit the stairs. I found that really off-putting, and the character movement, she was so sort of what's the word? Solid, sort of. It's getting late. She was very sort of tight, in movement.
Yeah.
When the character was running, it looked like it honestly looked like she was skating. Whereas in other Resident Evil games, the foot movements were fluid. Each foot had contact and it didn't move on the floor. Your character traversed. In Code Veronica, it felt like she was skating. When you had anything dual and she'd aim at two people, I thought that was that felt really off as well, because you wind up wasting ammo.
Yeah.
So there was I had a lot of complaints about Code Veronica. That being said, if they remake it, make it more accessible, it's gonna do really well. Like seriously well. If you make it niche like it was, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. I think they would definitely make it accessible. Like they would absolutely do that. I'm really interested to see if they did it, how they handle the Alfred Alexia, or as they say, Alexia.
I'm just saying it's the one game fans been crying out for a remake, and Capcom's like, we'll give you Resident Evil 5. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Okay, Capcom, pick your poison. Are you going to take the incestuous route or the racist route? Which way are you going to go? Ooh,
oh God, yeah.
It's like, that's a toughie. And oh look, there's Alexia, and okay, yeah, she's getting. Oh, what's she doing? Oh, okay. Just big censored writing upon the screen.
Yeah. there's some stuff I do like, the Dark Side Chronicles version of Code Veronica that added to the story. It like fleshes out Alfred and Alexia a little bit more. There's like a bit at the beginning where he's talking to Alexia about how this is gonna be wonderful or something blah blah blah, and then the island starts getting attacked. And there's another scene later on, like where you see him like crawling towards the pod and letting her out.
Yeah.
And and he dies. No, she kills him.
Okay.
Finishes him off. Yeah.
Dang.
And she's like, you've always like been useless or something.
Just changes the context a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get and at the end, the boss fight where you're fighting Alexia, you get a message from the father saying, look, I know like I've done a lot of terrible things and all, but it's gone too far, and I made this to stop my daughter. Please stop her, because she's gonna like ruin the world. And that really adds to the story. And when I eventually do a Let's Play, I'm gonna like put those scenes in just to flesh it out a little bit more.
I do think that's interesting, because I know their father was considered the failure of the Ashford family. So if the idea that he was a failure because it got too much for him and he has a conscience, then that would actually be interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how they would approach certain aspects of the game, and whether or not they'd decampify.
Yeah, I mean, just
Oh my God.
Alfred. Yeah, Alfred speaking in Alexia voice. Oh
Oh my
God, that was
God.
just so unnerving. Like,
I know one line there wouldn't put in it, but I would say it
we all
just
know.
in case you get demonetized.
Yeah. It's in quotes.
Which I mean is a shame because it's something that would have been said back in 1998. I could easily see somebody saying that, so it's kind of like, yeah, but it's period accurate. Like,
Yeah, but she wasn't wrong though, because everything she said there described Alfred in a T.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that those elements are probably one of the key reasons they haven't done it yet.
Yeah,
They're either gonna wait for the woke storm to pass, or they're not gonna do it at all.
yeah. I think
As
they're
long
gonna
as
ignore it.
that Sweet Baby Ink don't get his stinking hands on it, we should be fine.
Well, I don't think that Sweet Baby Ink and companies like them are going to be a problem for much longer. But the tide is turning on them,
Well,
mainly because they've been exposed.
well, look at Marvel. It's amazing how they release a movie people want to see with Deadpool, and oh, they make money.
That works.
Yeah, it's made over $1 billion already.
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? You make something that you
Yeah.
know people will enjoy, and as I said this when I did the little snippet review, for Deadpool and Wolverine. It's incredible because you go into a Deadpool and Wolverine film to see Deadpool and Wolverine, and you come
Yeah.
out having seen Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
Everything you go into that movie expecting to see, you come out having seen.
Yeah.
So it's this wonderfully simple equation that the end result is of that equation is I like said thing, I've seen said thing, I am happy because
Yeah.
I've seen said thing. And
Again, it
said
goes
thing
back
has
to
now been popular and exploded.
Thank goodness Ryan Reynolds stood up to the Disney execs that wanted to add all the woke stuff to it and told them.
well, it's one of those things where again, it's like I don't want my expectations subverted.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, no, I don't want to go see Doctor Strange 2 and oh, it's not actually about him.
I don't want. Yeah, I don't
that.
want to go see Ant-Man where it's not about Ant-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know. I can't.
I'm not trying to
fathom
turn this
logic
into a
of these
Marvel
people.
rant, but just
No,
going
but
to...
it's all relevant. It's all relevant to the same problem. And one that these creatives had. The reason Star Trek Nemesis failed is because it wasn't what people wanted. It wasn't Star Trek. It was a failure because someone came in and who was external to the franchise and ruined it. Now that can work sometimes, but it destroyed it.
What blew my mind about Nemesis is some of the best scenes. They used to have a video on YouTube, and I used to have it downloaded, and I lost it. It was all the cut scenes from Nemesis, and a lot of the best scenes, the ones with actual heart and character, were cut.
Yeah. Because it detracts from what they were trying to make it an action franchise. Resident Evil and Star Trek have an awful lot in common in the sense of how they're perceived and how the fact that they are franchises that have that have a core fan base that want. A great example of this, and I said I wasn't going to go into too much into the movies and the TV shows, but Resident Evil, the Netflix Resident Evil, and we're talking, of course, just the Netflix Resident Evil show that wasn't Resident Evil. That's exactly what we're talking about when we say stick to what it is, don't deviate.
Yeah.
Because Resident Evil, the Netflix show, was not Resident Evil.
No.
It was not Resident Evil. There was nothing Resident Evil about it. Even oh, bless his heart, what was his name? Lance Reddick. He couldn't save that show.
Right.
Lance Reddick is a superb actor, and I loved him. He was brilliant. May he rest in peace. But
Yeah.
he could not save that show. He could not turn it into Resident Evil, even by playing Wesker, because he wasn't Wesker. His character wasn't Wesker, and that show was not Resident Evil. It was nothing to do with Resident Evil, but it had Resident Evil in the name, and it failed big time. It was a monumental failure, and I'm sure it's something Netflix would love to forget.
Yeah. And it's like, well, then stop greenlighting things that are going to be something other than what the fans want. Like, how Resident Evil has not been able to have one good live adaptation, I have no idea, because it's simple.
It's all
Tell
there.
the story of the first game.
Yeah, it's all
That's
there.
it.
And we will get to that in another stream, because that is something that I really want to do.
Are we going to bring up the El Romeo script for the first movie he did write that stream?
I think we can talk about it. But again, it would be better to be in that other stream.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We can plan that out ahead of time before we do it, if you want.
Absolutely, because it's all worth mentioning, and it's all Resident Evil. It's all the franchise. I know we've covered the games in this stream, which, by the way, has been going for 4 hours now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go relatively soon to get something to eat, because I haven't really eaten much today. So
yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, I'm not too far away from having to sleep on the couch. So
I've got work in the morning.
Well, I think to be fair, normally on an evening in 10 forward, I would call sort of the last 10 minutes. But in all honesty, all the viewers at this point in the stream have abandoned us. So we are streaming to just thin air. But to be fair, it's been like that for the last half hour, but I haven't really given a crap, because although it's great to have people join in, it's wonderful to have interaction. This stream was never about bigging my channel or bigging your channel or anything like that. It was simply a labor of love. I just wanted to do this stream because I love Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And it's not what my channel's about, but it's nice to just do it and have fun and have a great chat with great people. And Librarian, I've missed you. You haven't been around, so it's been great to do a live stream with you again and have a laugh. And I look forward to many more, because you guys are brilliant.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've really enjoyed it.
Yes, with the Star Trek stuff, because I wasn't watching that stuff. I really had nothing to input.
No, I understand that, mate. I understand that, and definitely, I definitely get what you're saying. To be fair, I wish I was in your position and I hadn't seen a lot of it. But no, we will arrange to do another stream, I think, where we'll discuss the movies, the TV shows, and what we would do, and maybe get some plans together to do an outline for a series. That would be great.
And those awesome Resident Evil 2 adverts.
Yeah. Absolutely. But
they're something spectacular.
Yeah, and I also want to discuss the fan stuff. And did you actually get a chance to watch Arclay yet, Reaver?
I have not. I need to watch that. I'm off work, so I'll take some time to do that.
Please do. It'll be 12 minutes of your life you will be happy to sacrifice in the name of Resident Evil. Brilliant stuff. So all those who are watching post live, because I know right now we've got no viewers, all of you who are watching post live, if you would be so kind, follow the links in the description of this stream and subscribe to Reaver's channel and to the Games Librarian. Absolutely great Let's Play channels. give them your love and support. Show them your support. Subscribe to the channel. If you are new here, subscribe to this channel. I do mainly Star Trek stuff and sci-fi stuff, but as you can see, I venture into other things as well. And it has been an absolute pleasure to do this stream. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, gentlemen. And
Yes.
we must do it again sometime very soon.
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Okay, so that's it from me. That's it from Reaver, and that's it from the Games Librarian. Until next time, you look after yourselves, look after one another. Bye-bye for now.